Is here as well. Excellent.
Yes. The weather's not as warm as it expects, but it's still decent. I was able to get a little birding in. Got a whole bunch of rest.
Well, we're cooler at this point. It's back down to low teens.
Yeah.
Hello, Conal. Good to see you.
Hey, how is everyone?
Oh, we're fine, and it's good to have you back.
I wanted to tell you, just this afternoon, I finished up Comets, Creators, and Destroyers. It was a great read.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was really fun. The part that stuck out to me the most, there was a part you talked about mass extinctions, at least on smaller scales, being, I guess, separated by about 30 million years on average.
Yeah.
That was a really interesting part.
Yeah, it's a statistic, but it looks like there's a lot of evidence for it.
Does that have to do with some kind of orbital precession or something like that, if the Earth's orbit around the Milky Way is much longer?
Well, no, it's really, part of it might be that we go through strands and things that in the galaxy where when the solar system does that, we can have an increase of strikes from comets, but really not sure. But the evidence is that in the history of the Earth, it seems that approximately every 30 million years or so, we do have an impact. And last one was about 30 million years ago. So everybody be careful.
What do I do to prepare for it?
Get yourself a nice warm cup of coffee.
Okay.
And look up at the stars with a nice telescope.
All right.
I like that idea. But here's a question for you, David. The Chelyabinsk impact, for instance, it was an airburst and not a impact. So do those count? Or are we looking at extinction?
Not in the 30 million year big ones. Those are much smaller. Those are like every 1,000 years or century years or something like that. But the 30 million years are major extinction events that might take place. The last really big major mass extinction event was 65 million years ago, where 90% or more of all the species of life on Earth were destroyed. And that is an event, and that does not happen very often.
Well, I'm prepared. I have my hard hat.
I did not have no idea, Dave, that we were going to get into this discussion that you and I were talking about earlier. We have so many resources here to take care of this problem if it was to happen to us, but why aren't we doing it at the urgency that we need to be doing it?
Well, we are doing quite a bit more than is generally known. The search for comets and asteroids that could present a threat to the Earth has been going on pretty full steam ahead since 1994. And that has changed the view of visual comet hunting really incredibly. And Gene Shoemaker was a lot involved in that. He testified before Congress about it. And
I think I remember that. Yeah, I remember him being in Congress doing that. Yes.
yeah. And so we have a lot going on. So we are doing something about it, a lot more than is generally known.
Not well than what is generally broadcasted to the public, I guess. Because I feel like we're rolling the dice here. I mean, we already know that this is possible. And we're rolling the dice, you know? And when you roll the dice, you don't know what your odds are.
Unless
Well,
your dice are loaded.
Yes,
Not
unless
only is it possible, but it's definite. The question is just when will the next one take place? But we know there will be a next time.
we know that for sure. That's a definite. That's going to happen. Sooner or later, it's going to happen. That's a fact.
That's
And yes, a fact that we can't ignore and not think that we're blessed, that it's just going to pass us by. I mean, it ain't going to happen that way. So
So here's the
That
question.
is true,
Here's the
but
question.
I guess
You want to be here when it happens.
yes.
well, you may not have much of a choice if there's no other plan.
If you did have a choice, okay?
But I would
You
like
wanna
to
be here
know
when
that
it
we
happens.
had some choices, right? I would like to know that we had some choices in the box to take care of the problem.
I think there's been some, it depends on where you look, but there's been some discussion and some ideas. Redirection is one idea that I've seen discussed, but it's not a worldwide broadcast sort of thing where it's like it's coming on CBS News.
Right.
You kind of have to search for some of the things that are being tested as far as redirecting asteroids, maybe not destroying them, but catching them in time, knowing that they are going to hit the Earth, and then redirecting them further out in space to where then they miss. So I know that that's something that I think is actually being tested. I think it's it's a mission that's been put up, and anyone who knows could correct me if that's a mission that's already on the table as far as testing some of these ways to sort of protect the Earth. Early detection seems to be our biggest way to try and deal with it thus far. Something that comes out of the sun is a concern, like the Chelyabinsk meteor came out of the sun. I think that's where, and there are people trying to do something about it, but now it's got to get through. I think it's just got to be approved. But as soon as we get around our own sun, it's too bright. You can't see it coming in. And that's what hit Chelyabinsk. Not that that was a global extinction event, but imagine if something huge did come in that direction. You have to be able to detect it as it comes streaking in on an angle. So
Yeah.
that is something that would concern me, because we kind of have a hole in our ability to determine near Earth objects.
You see, that's one of the problems I see that
So
we're having. We're able to find most of the big ones, and we know we have a couple small ones, but every once in a while, the big one will sneak under the radar and come right past us, and we won't even know it's there within a couple days. So those are the scary ones.
Yeah, and I think something is being done to try to mitigate that, because it is. I think Chelyabinsk was one of the events that kind of opened up the eyes to say, hey, we may need a better way to detect it. And I know there were some proposals made on how to, including satellites, similar to James Webb, and that they orbit at a Lagrange point and can see these things coming in a lot earlier than ground-based telescopes.
What I wonder is, if you're talking about redirection, I mean, you have an asteroid that's in roughly the same plane and about the same direction as the Earth is orbiting. But the case with comets, I mean, Neowise and Leonard as recent examples, they fly in from the Oort cloud with little warning. And then you also have a lot of velocity concentrated in one direction. So it's not quite like you can easily launch something from the Earth and rendezvous with an asteroid. This is something that's, barreling straight at you. And it's a lot harder to redirect. You need a lot more notice, which is
what I'm talking about here.
terrifying in a way.
Yeah.
Although I'll tell you what, it's probably quick and painless. Oumuamua, for instance, they say the speed of that thing was, that's interstellar. We're talking about things that are still within the reach of our solar system. Something comes barreling in from a different solar system, that's even harder to catch. And we know these things exist. And we've yet to figure out how often they actually come hurtling through the solar system. So there are things to worry about that are
And
above
as you
my
put
pay
more
grade.
of the mega constellation satellites up there, 40,000 SpaceX Starlinks, detection is going to get a little bit more problematic.
Yeah.
Well, visual, I guess we'd have to figure out a different way to do it. I know that those satellites are small enough as far as ground-based detection for things far enough away would still be possible, but anything close enough and anything amateur, because a lot of detection happens with amateur. Our friend David can attest to the fact that he and the Shoemakers were able to detect something. And I don't know if there was a wide field survey going on like Pan-STARRS and Neowise. All of these, we do have these wide field surveys that are constantly going, but I think one of the interstellar visitors, we had a second one that was discovered by an amateur astronomer. I forget Boris, I forget the name of the comet, but I believe it was an interstellar visitor as well.
We've had two so far, Adrian, you're right.
Yeah, so there's concern.
Go ahead.
There's concern, but the best we can do is continue to funnel these concerns through channels like this. And those who are professional in the ranks, we've got the Planetary Society who can go before Congress and propose these missions. So it's up to us to tell the planetary, this is one vehicle we can use. The Planetary Society, we can post to Bill Nye, but then there's other heads of the Planetary Society. Casey Dreyer, I believe, the advocate. You can send letters and say, we're a little more concerned about a global Armageddon-like impactor and detecting these things. What are we doing to address that? And then get an answer or see if there's some funding that's being asked for a mission that addresses it. So there are things we can do to see what's going on, but it does involve writing some letters or emails and a bit of work. You got to connect. The Planetary Society is a good conduit through which you can connect through. So those of you out there listening and joining this, because we're 6 minutes in, find out about some of the societies that are doing something about planetary impacts that have the power to go before Congress. The Planetary Society is one of those. And send some letters and let them know that this is an interesting subject to you and what missions are being developed. We know that Light Sail I think that was crowdfunded, and now there's a Light Sail mission. So if there needs to be another mission to detect more asteroids, let them know. That's one way we can address this.
Well,
there's the DART mission. The DART mission.
The DART mission. Right now, it's flying.
Yes.
Yeah, it's flying.
Ah, good.
And I think Caitlin and I were on it there at one point looking for stuff, but it's actually there. So I think that we're past the letter stage. we're now onto the searching stage.
Okay, that's actually good news.
Yeah.
So
Well,
there we go.
It's
What
what
I'm
George
curious. Oh, go ahead.
said, that It wasn't the punches that you could see that knocked you out. It was the one that you didn't see that knocked you out. You know? So
All right, guys. With that, we're going to go ahead and get started. So here we go. And Caitlin, I thought we'd start with this little video first.
To the Gala Visitor Center. Come in and explore. In addition to engaging in-person programs, presentations, and tours, the Visitor Center also provides virtual programs to groups on a reservation basis, Tuesdays through Fridays. Hope to see you soon, whether in person or virtually.
At the end of 2017, a galaxy 236 million light-years away began a rare and dramatic transformation. It's an event astronomers are still puzzling over, one set off by changes near its central black hole. They first explained this as a tidal disruption event. That's when a star wanders so close to a supermassive black hole that it's torn apart. A new study of observations spanning the entire event suggests a different cause. The trigger may have been a flip in the magnetic field in the disk of material around the black hole. The Sun's magnetic field reverses polarity every 11 years. On longer timescales, even Earth's magnetic field flips. Starting in December 2017, the galaxy began to brighten in visible and ultraviolet light. The source of this brightening appeared to be the disk of material around the supermassive black hole at the galaxy's center. It peaked 3 months later at nearly 100 times its previous brightness. That's when regular monitoring with NASA's SWIFT satellite began. As the visible and UV brightened, X-rays from the galaxy dimmed. By August 2018, the higher energy X-rays had disappeared completely. A few months later, the high-energy X-rays came back, even brighter than before. They returned to normal within a year. These X-rays come from a cloud of super-hot particles near the black hole. It's a feature called the corona, which is formed by the strong magnetic field. The lack of higher-energy X-rays means that this structure was essentially gone. Based on observations from SWIFT, Europe's XMM satellite, and ground-based optical and radio telescopes, here's what may have happened. The visible and UV flare results when the flow of matter into the black hole increases. This may have started when the magnetic field in the disk's outer regions began to flip. The weakened magnetic field can no longer support the corona, which vanishes. The flipped magnetic field gains strength, restoring the X-ray corona, but the inward flow of matter is still high, so this emission is stronger than it was before the flare. Finally, the corona and disk return to their states before the flare, now with a flipped magnetic field. Rapid changes in UV and visible light have only been observed in a few dozen active galaxies like this one. But this is the first time X-rays have been seen to drop out as other wavelengths brighten. These surprising events offer a tantalizing glimpse at the extreme forces at work near an actively feeding supermassive black hole.
beautiful presentation.
Hello, everyone. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to the 94th Global Star Party. We're starting our countdown now to the 100th event, which will have some very special door prizes, but we also always have nice door prizes for every event that we do. I am particularly pleased to reintroduce Tom Pickett, who is the founder of the Facebook Astronomy Club, a club that has been around since 2012 and is one of Tom Pickett's great outreach efforts. He's reached literally, I'm sure, millions of people around the world through the Facebook Astronomy Club that has over 40,000 members today. So it gives me, again, great pleasure to bring Tom on. I am going to give him the pleasure of introducing David Levy onto the Global Star Party.
How you doing there, Mr. Levy? Everybody knows this guy. This guy is famous for what he and his colleagues did by discovering this comet, or whatever you want to call it, that hit Jupiter, that put a nice bunch of scars and gave humanity kind of an eye-opening situation about what could happen to us if this thing was coming towards us. And look what it did to Jupiter. So it was one of those times in humanity where we learned a lesson about our existence here, and a very important one. And one of the discussions that we're having right now, and I'll let Mr. Levy take it from there. We can talk about all of this.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here tonight. We've had a busy month so far. There was the lunar eclipse on Sunday night, which was absolutely gorgeous. It wasn't as dark as the 1963 eclipse, but it was pretty dark. And the best part of it was Wendy and me sitting outside quietly in our observatory on this gorgeous evening on the full moon, watching the darkened moon for over an hour. It was a lot of fun. And I know Wendy's sitting right here agreeing with that. There's more coming up this month. You know, in 1995 or 97 or so, somewhere in that epoch, people were observing comet Swashman-Wachmann 3 when the comet suddenly started to break apart into 2, 3, several big pieces. And it broke apart very suddenly, and it left huge amounts of debris right around that area. On the night of May 30th, that's just a couple of weeks from now, the Earth is going to plow directly through that debris for the first time. We don't know what's going to happen. There may be a meteor storm. One person has predicted it could be the largest meteor storm in history.
Wow.
Or we may not see anything. What we do know is the time. The 30th of May at 10 o'clock Mountain Time, which is midnight Scotty's time, and Eastern Time, I think it is 1 a.m. on the morning of the 31st. So I'm hoping that we'll all be out there. The Earth shouldn't take more than 4 or 5 minutes to plow through the debris trails. But if it does that, well, it's going to do that. But if we see anything, it should be a very sharp increase of the number of meteors for a period of about 5 minutes. The other thing that's happening is that this weekend I will be in Flagstaff. I know Scotty is going to do some kind of a deal with that, I believe.
Yes.
And he will talk about that a little later today. But we are celebrating the life of Carolyn Shoemaker, and it's going to be a very happy, sad event to be able to celebrate someone who has had as important a life as Carolyn Shoemaker has. And now for the quotations. I have two of them today that I'm going to do in honor of Carolyn. The first is from President John F. Kennedy, who said these words at the American University in 1963, a few months after the Cuban Missile Crisis. And if you're interested in hearing the words from President Kennedy, I believe if any of you have the movie 13 Days, watch the end of it just before the credits roll. They play President Kennedy himself saying these words. For in the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air, we all cherish our children's futures, and we are all mortal. The other quotation I'm going to do is a very famous one from Shakespeare in honor of both Jean and Carolyn. It's from Romeo and Juliet. And Juliet says, "Come, gentle knight, come, loving, black-browed knight, give me my Romeo, and when he shall die, take him and cut him out in little stars, and he will make the face of heaven so fine that all the world will be in love with night and pay no worship to the garish sun." Tom, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, one of the things that David was alluding to is that this weekend we'll be at Lowell Observatory for a special tribute to Carolyn Shoemaker. She was a wonderful woman, very inspiring to talk to. If you can find her on YouTube, you'll see her giving some talks. But she was brilliant, and to me, when I first talked to her, I felt like I was talking to somebody like a female Jacques Cousteau or something. I was just really, it was just amazing to hear her talk about comets and all of that. The first time I met her was when I was getting to know David Levy better, and we were at the 18-inch Schmidt camera on Palomar Mountain, and that was a very special evening. And so I agreed to broadcast live the tribute event. I will be sending out information about where to find it on YouTube for those of you that might be interested. But it's going to be, I think, a historic event all in itself. There's going to be some amazing people there. Of course, David will be there, and people will be talking about how Carolyn Shoemaker affected their lives. So thank you very much, David. Thank you.
Thank you, my honor.
Yeah, and we'll see you this weekend. Okay. So up next, we have Chuck Allen from the Astronomical League. I always like to encourage people to look towards the League for learning more about astronomy. They have over 80 observing programs that you can indulge in. They have awards programs that have been going on for decades. They're in their 75th year of existence, and it is a great organization to join. They do have global membership available, which you can join as a member at large, and you'll be joining the largest federation of astronomy clubs in the world. They have over 20,000 members, 300 member clubs, and they come on Global Star Party every week to do our special door prize questions, which the executives of the Astronomical League put together. So, and Chuck Allen also asked me if he could have a few extra minutes to give a short presentation after the questions. So, of course, we love Chuck Allen and his presentations. So, Chuck, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Scott. And again, for those who aren't familiar with it, Scott's been one of the great benefactors of the League for over 30 years and a great initial sponsor of our National Young Astronomer Award program. So we're eternally grateful to Scott and to Explore Scientific for the support that he provides to a number of our awards programs. I only need a couple of extra minutes, actually, but let me start with the Is my video audio okay, Scott?
It's audio.
You're looking good. I can see you.
Okay, well, I'm more concerned about audio. I'm using a new computer now. Okay, let me share screen, and we'll go to something that we always do at the beginning of our questions, and that is to talk about how precious sight is, not just for astronomers, but for people who might look through your telescope or be around you when you're using your telescope. Be sure that if you observe the sun, you do so with professionally made solar filters that reject energy at the front end of the telescope, not some filter that goes on the eyepiece at the eyepiece end of the telescope. If you use eclipse glasses, use them visually only. Do not use them with binoculars or a telescope. Scott, I think, did a little experiment where he put some eclipse glasses near the port of a telescope near the eyepiece, and they melted almost immediately. The film is not intended for use with optical instruments. Be sure if you're using a telescope during daytime that you monitor it, because children will try to access the sun with the telescope given a chance. I've seen it happen. Fortunately, it was stopped before any harm came to anyone, but be very careful about it. And if you want to observe the sun and you're new at it, contact a local astronomy club. I guarantee you they will have skilled solar observers who can tell you how to use the equipment properly. These are the answers from the previous GSP. We had a question that said, we have a total lunar eclipse on Sunday night. During totality, stars near the moon can be seen. What double star shines just 10 degrees to the upper right of the moon? People with keen eyesight can resolve the double star. The answer was Zubin el-Ghanubi. The second question was La Superba, which can be viewed through binoculars on a spring evening, is a prime example of what kind of star? Is it a red giant, a variable, or a carbon star? And the answer was, it's all three. And finally, the third question was the closest planet to Earth on the night of that GSP was Mercury at 59 million miles. Interestingly, though, Venus and Mars get much closer to Earth than Mercury ever does. Mercury is actually, in one sense, the closest planet to the Earth because it spends more time closer as the closest planet to the Earth than does any other planet. And so we'll move on now to the people who provided the correct answers on May 10th, and they were Cameron Gillis, Adrian Bradley, Andrew Corkill, and Barbara Brown. And their names will be added, as I said, to the door prize list. I'd like to talk about a little problem of unfairness, and it's astronomical unfairness. And it has to do with something that we're all familiar with, and that's occultations. Here you see a July 1997 image taken by Bart Benjamin, and he placed it in public domain, of the moon occulting Aldebaran in Taurus. These occultations occur with some regularity, and they're a very popular subject for the International Occultation Timing Association. If you want to get involved with them, they have very interesting projects that they can lead you to. Here's another image that appeared in the Sky and Telescope of the moon occulting a star. We also have transits that we observe. Here we see an amazing picture taken in 2015 showing two of Jupiter's moons transiting the face of Jupiter, and or three rather, and two of them casting shadow transits on Jupiter. Jupiter also occults these moons when the moons pass behind Jupiter as seen from Earth. And these events occur with considerable regularity, although finding one like the one you see in this picture will be quite difficult, I assure you. Here's a lunar occultation of Saturn that was taken by Philip Salzgeber in 2001. Lunar occultations of planets are a bit less frequent, but they're always interesting. And I'll let you watch this one a couple times before we move to the next one. Very well done video. And here's a time lapse of a lunar occultation of Mars. You see Mars emerging from behind the limb of the moon. This was taken by Praveen Suryavanshi in 2021. Again, these events with the moon occulting planets, because of the moon's large angular size in the sky, half a degree, are not terribly rare, but they're always great subjects for videographers and photographers. And here's a photograph taken in 2005 of a lunar occultation about to begin, the moon passing in front of Jupiter. Our Hubble Space Telescope and the Cassini mission in particular have been able to take some interesting occultation images. This is a Cassini mission image of Rhea occulting Dione, which is really rather incredible, but the Cassini mission was able to put itself into position to take a number of amazing shots, such as viewing moons through the rings of Saturn, viewing Earth through the rings of Saturn, and so forth. They had a good choreographer. That Cassini mission did. There was a Pluto occultation. You could have driven down to Alabama to observe it. And Pluto occulted a star, a faint star, UCAC 434518315, and did not completely occult it because some of the light from the star was actually refracted through the atmosphere of Pluto. So it didn't disappear completely in this image. And here is a little star that's winking out because Eris, one of our dwarf planets, is passing in front of the star, occulting it. This image taken in 2010, obviously with professional instrumentation. But what about planets occulting other planets? How often does that occur? And this is where the story of unfairness comes up. Here is a list of planetary occultations or transits of other planets. In some cases, a planet will pass in front of the face of a planet that's larger in angular diameter, so it doesn't completely occult it. But here's the list of instances recently or in the near future in which this has happened. The last time it happened was in 1818, when Venus transited Jupiter. We are near the end of a 247-year gap in which none are occurring. But look at the list starting in 2065. Mostly inferior planets occulting superior planets until you get to 2223, when a superior planet, Mars, occults Jupiter. The real sin of this is that someone born in 2053 will be able to observe all 9 of these between the ages of 12 and 80 years of age, and we get none. We was robbed, no question about it. As far as superior planets, occulting superior planets, the last one was in 1702 when Jupiter occulted Neptune. But Neptune had not been discovered yet, so that was never observed. In 2223, 201 years from now, Mars will occult Saturn. That's after an 836-year gap in superior planet occultations of other superior planets. The next one after that is 456 years from now, after another 255-year gap. You won't want to hold your breath for either of those. This is a simulated view of a large gas giant planet occulting another one, Jupiter occulting Saturn. And if you want to wait up for this one, you'll have to wait until the year, I can't read it because it's covered by the chat, but you can see it there, February 10th. And
7541.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So on to the questions for tonight. And the first one is an asterism known as the 3 leaps of the gazelle. These 2 stars, these 2 stars, and these 2 stars can be found in what constellation? Okay. The second, and by the way, neglected to add to these slides, you need to send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org. Email to secretary@astroleague.org. Question 2, the recently imaged black hole at the center of the Milky Way has a name. What is it? Again, email to secretary@astroleague.org. I apologize for leaving that off. Finally, it's June 21st. This is the third question. It's June 21st on a clear day. At one point in the middle of the day, the sun casts no shadows at all. In which one of the following places might you be? Hawaii, Antarctica, Ecuador, or Australia? I'll let you think about that one for just a moment and repeat that your answers go to secretary@astroleague.org. June 21st, clear day, sun casting no shadows at all. Which
Chuck,
one of
that's almost exactly a question from one of my tests last year.
Is that right? Okay. All right. Well, that's it. And I hope you will join us for the next Astronomical League Live. That will take place Friday, June 17th at 7 p.m. And one of our guests tonight and a great friend of all of us, Caitlin Ahrens. Dr. Ahrens comes to us from the Goddard Space Flight Center, and she will be our presenter that night. And we look forward to it, Caitlin. Thank you very much, Scott.
Thank you.
Let's see.
There we go. Okay. All right. So let's, our next speaker, thanks again, Chuck. That was awesome.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Professor Karim Jaffer, and he is from John Abbott College, and he's also from the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, the Montreal Center. Okay. The Royal Astronomical Society of Canada has been around since the late 1800s. They have over 5,000 members, and I know that they have international members as well. I'm going to share how you can join this particular club that is often on Global Star Party with us. They do incredible outreach, and I think that if you want to get involved in some of their programs, they do a lot of broadcasting themselves, special events. They're very involved with youth in astronomy. It's a great group. They also have observing programs and all the rest of it. And the Royal Astronomical Society and the Astronomical League are great friends, and they're right in the midst right now of planning a joint convention. So I don't know all the details of it, but I think it'll be a fantastic thing and something not to be missed. So I am going to bring you on, Karim. Let me find you. Let's see.
I'm here somewhere.
I know you're there somewhere. Let me find you. I was going to spotlight on you before you switch to sharing here. That helps me.
I can do that.
There you are. Okay.
All right. I can actually, we are over 150 years old, getting close to 155. Wow. Unfortunately, we weren't around in 1818 when that last great occultation was that Chuck was talking about. And based on what we saw this past Sunday, I can tell Chuck that while it is very unfair, most likely there will be cloudy nights, especially here in Montreal, for most of those other ones that you pointed out. We're not necessarily going to have those individuals born in the mid 2000s getting a chance to see all of those. So thanks, Scott. I'm happy to be here tonight to talk to you a little bit about the theme of transformation. And what I decided is I'm going to talk to you a little bit about transformation and the understanding of our universe. Now, before I do, I just wanted to make a couple of shout outs. As Scott mentioned, I'm with the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. I'm with the Montreal Center. We are a group who's been around for a bit over 100 years, and we're active in outreach. We love doing all sorts of stuff. And myself, I am part of our National Education and Public Outreach Committee. I'm also a member of the University Lowbrows with Adrian, who's on tonight with us. And I'm a panelist on Astro Radio Reach Out and Touch Space, which I know some of you in the audience do listen to. It's a great radio show every Monday, 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. It's actually British summertime at the moment rather than universal time. Before I jump into the topic for tonight, I did want to mention one of our programs that we've just launched a second iteration of, which is called Creation Station. This is an area that the RASC makes available on our website specifically for kids. And it's this year youth ages 5 to 17. And we invite you to submit your stories, your poems, your drawings, even multimedia. If you want to make a video, if you want to write a song, if you want to share something in your imagination about space with the world, we want to provide you a platform to do so. So visit rasc.ca/creation station. We accept submissions in multiple languages. Of course, being Canada, it's English and French is the ones that we look out for, but we're actually open to accepting any language if you want to submit something in your own language or in a First Nations tongue. We would love to hear that. Now, tonight's topic of transformation, when Scott sent it out, I was actually a little torn because at first I thought, should we talk about transformation in terms of the transformation of astronomy outreach? And we've talked about this a couple of times before, but right now it's kind of fresh in my mind because I went from, 2017, the partial solar eclipse in Montreal, to this past Sunday, getting to be on Zoom and share a lunar eclipse, but do it in less of an in-person fashion. Now, this isn't really that fair of a comparison, of course, because one was daytime on the very first day of classes on a nice summer day when it's clear, and the other was a rainy, cloudy day, and there were actually a lot of us on. I think, Scott, we went 7 hours. Is that correct?
Yeah, 7 hours.
Yeah, and it was fantastic because, a lot of us got rained out, a lot of us got clouded out, but we still managed to catch the occasional picture. Molly's image of the moon kept coming in and out through clouds. And then Simon came on, and the moon rose in California, and Simon had a beautiful view through stages of the eclipse, which was really wonderful to be able to share with the world. And that was where I was thinking maybe I'll take transformation towards astronomy outreach. And then I thought, no, you know what? Maybe what Scott's getting at, and one of my students suggested this, is Scott wants me to talk about my transformation from this beast that I was last summer to the person I am now. And I decided to wear the same top so you would know it really is the same person. But I don't think that's what Scott meant either. So I decided to take a different approach to transformation. And I want to take you all out to a summer night when you're out in a relatively dark sky outside of the city, and you get a chance to see the stars, and you get a chance to see, hopefully, the arm of the Milky Way. Maybe a few meteors, like what we hopefully will see at the end of this month, as David was mentioning. Even if it's a cloudy day, even if there's a lot of clouds, a lot of wind, even if it's cool rather than warm, you still get that chance to see the stars and think about your place in the world, your place in the solar system, your place in the galaxy, and your place in the universe. And we're not alone in this. So when we talk about transformation, what I want to talk about is our transformation in our understanding of the universe, of what the universe is compared to what we see in our sky. And it might be that you're looking directly at the core, the arm of the Milky Way, maybe even looking right at Sagittarius A star, the black hole in the middle of our Milky Way. And yes, I'm giving away an answer. Sorry about that, Chuck. But this was what I was prepared to talk about. But for a lot of us, when we're looking at the stars and we're watching the sky through the night, we start to get a feel for the way in which the sky moves. And if you're looking in the northern hemisphere, rather than looking at the arm of the Milky Way, for most of the year, we're looking north and we're looking at the circumpolar constellations. And we're seeing them move around the North Star, around Polaris. And we're seeing these circumpolar constellations creating star trails over the span of the night. And as we see those star trails and we see the constellations move, we realize that we see them at a different starting point at different times of the year. And so our First Nations would create stories to try to explain the way in which these stars were changing through the year as well as through the night. And we've talked a little bit about, Osher, the fisher from the Ojibwe peoples, and we've talked a little bit about some of the Ojibwe star constellations and Wintermaker coming out and telling me it's time to clear out my driveway and put the car inside the garage so that winter's coming at any moment in time. When we're looking at these stars and we're creating these stories, the reason that we're doing so is we're trying to get a handle on what we see in the sky and what we're seeing around us in nature. Because we recognize that there's a connection of some type to what we see and what we experience. And when there's really intricate and elaborate sort of events in the night sky, like eclipses, we start to develop tales and legends to try to explain them. And on Sunday night, I talked to you about Hattie and Skull, the two sons of Fenrir, the wolf, and trying to chase after the moon and the sun to try to catch them, to try to bring about Armageddon. But they can't hold them on because the moon is too cold and the sun is too hot. So they spit them back out, and it keeps us alive and it keeps our world turning. Well, we now know it's turning, but at the time it just keeps our world functioning, and it keeps us from having to deal with the end of times. We also try to note and observe and document the things that we see in the night sky. And so you have the Silk Atlas from China, where they try to identify the comets and how they differ and when they were seen and where in the sky they were. And they try to denote whether there's similarities or differences between different ones, and maybe some are repeating or maybe some are completely new. And then we bring all of that together into oral tradition, into oral stories. And those oral stories are told by the elders like Wilfred Buck of the Cree. And they talk about these in a way that allows you to connect the way in which you respond to nature, and the way in which you connect to nature, and the way in which you see animals around you from different seasons and different times of the year, to what you see in the night sky, because that's your window into a greater world, into a cosmos. And this is kind of the basis of all civilizations starting out observing and creating these legends and these stories. And that's why all of our constellations, the names of our stars, and even a lot of the things that we see in the sky, the names that we give them are based on these origins, these origin stories of our attempt to connect what we see to our place in the universe. Whether it's Turtle Island with a portal coming from a spiritual realm, whether it's us being created, and as such, we are prey to malevolent gods or very, very altruistic gods, and they take care of us, or they frown on us and they punish us for our behavior when the behavior isn't what they prescribe. In every little way, we're trying to find a connection between what we see and who we are. And in modern astronomy, we tend to talk about this connection and this understanding of our view of the universe as starting from the Greeks and moving forward. So all of these different observations, all of these different legends, all of the science and observation that's hidden within, when it came time to look at a scientific model of the cosmos, we tend to go back to that first set of models from the Greek, and specifically from Aristotle and the physics of Aristotle. And it was Ptolemy who did the first quantization of this. And it was trying to create an Earth-centered cosmology, which was the geocentric model of the solar system. So the idea there was that Earth is special. We are at the moon closest to us, so the moon is there. And then we have a couple of planets that are inferior to the sun. So we have Mercury and Venus, then the sun, and then you have Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. And that was the extent of the visible planets, the wanderers, that the Greeks had seen. Now, this model of the cosmos was what we use to try to understand what we see in the sky, because we have these stationary stars, the celestial sphere, but then closer to us, we have these wanderers. And so when we're trying to understand if this is the correct model, one way to do it is to use the model to make predictions. Because that's really what science is all about. Science is about trying to understand variables so that you can predict future behavior. And in science, when I'm talking to my students and I talk about making a graph, and they're like, well, why a graph? And I said, because if you can quantify that graph, if you can understand the relationship you're graphing, you know how one variable relates to another. So you can predict, if you change this one, what is that one going to do down the road? So when we're testing any of our scientific theories, and really with science, you have to continuously test. You use them to make predictions, and then you see how close the predictions are to the results of your experiment. So in this case, instead of an experiment, it's an observation. And when we go to observe the planetary positions with the geocentric model, we realize that the geocentric model in a simple form doesn't account for retrograde motion of the planets. And that retrograde motion of the planets, when Mars comes back on itself in its orbit, is something that we try to understand in some way. But what we don't want to do is we won't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. If that's the only thing that's missing, that's incorrect in our model, then maybe we can simply refine the model rather than throw it out. So the refinement that we came up with was epicycles. The idea being that you put circles within the orbits, and those circles allow us to then see a backwards motion for a short amount of time. That worked really well, actually. For about 1,500 years, that gave relatively good future planetary positions. In fact, for all of those core planets that we talked about, between 40 to 60 epicycles were needed. to quantify those orbits and make them as precise as possible to match what you saw. I believe for Jupiter at this point, from the original geocentric model with the original setup all the way back in Ptolemy's time, we need over 100 epicycles to get to where we are at now for where Jupiter is in the sky. But with those epicycles, if you believe that that is a viable way of understanding the motion of planets, it actually does a reasonable job of explaining where they are. So that's success. The refinements saved the model. But the other prediction of the model was that because of the placement of the planet Venus from Earth, between Earth and the Sun, only some phases of Venus should be visible. And Galileo realized that there was a full set of phases visible for Venus, and that doesn't match this model of the geocentric universe. And so that was a crisis, and we had to abandon the idea of the physics of Aristotle, and instead we adopted the physics of Newton. And Copernicus was the one who came up with a model which was then explained by the physics of Newton. And Copernicus's model was a heliocentric model, the idea of the sun at the center of the universe. So with the geocentric model, the Earth was at the center, and all of these other objects that were orbiting had to obtain these incredibly intricate epicycle motions in order to try to explain the positions that we see. But for the heliocentric model, it's much simpler. With the sun at the center and the Earth as the third planet out, everything actually works rather well for the positions of the planets in terms of the motion that we see. However, the actual specific locations of where we would consider those planets to be didn't match very well. In fact, it wasn't even better than Ptolemy's. So it explained the phases of Venus, but it didn't explain the positions of the planets. So now, again, either we throw out the model or we try to refine it. And Tycho Brahe tried really hard to show that it's actually a geocentric model and not a heliocentric model by taking lots and lots and lots of positional calculations and observations of the planets throughout the years, year after year after year, and then pass them to Kepler to try to do mathematics to explain that it is a geocentric model. And what Kepler found was that the geocentric model doesn't work. The heliocentric model doesn't work with the assumption of circular orbits, but if you bring in elliptical orbits, all of a sudden the heliocentric model is much, 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 much better. So this gave us a very nice refinement that gave us our predictions of future planetary positions that now was beyond the original geocentric model. So the geocentric model is now out. The heliocentric model is now what we're working from. And so then we make predictions of what else the heliocentric model might show us. So if we are actually moving around the sun, then from one side of the sun to the other, we should actually see closer stars move with respect to further stars. And so that's the idea of parallax. And so we should be able to see an observed shift of closer stars with respect to the further stars on the celestial sphere. Of course, our observation was no shift. And the reason was not that there was no shift, it was actually that our optics weren't good enough. And in 1838, when Bessel came up with much better optical arrangements and lenses, we all of a sudden started to see small amounts of parallax. And that enabled us to save the sun-centered model for the time being. But the other model, or the other prediction of the sun-centered model, is not only is the sun at the center of our solar system, it's also at the center of our universe. And the universe was thought to be everything else outside of the wanderers. Unfortunately, we made the observation in 1918 through the observation of where globular clusters were that the sun was actually not at the center of even our local arrangement of stars. And the globular clusters seemed to be centered around a point in Sagittarius instead. But we also observed in 1923 that we're not in one island universe. We actually have multiple galaxies throughout the universe. And so now we have a revolution because the sun is no longer the center of the universe. The universe is not as simple as we thought it was. There's multiple nebulae that are actually their own systems of stars. And those systems of stars are well beyond in distance anything we could have possibly imagined with the heliocentric model. So this brings us to the third cosmological revolution of modern astronomy. And here we abandon the physics of Aristotle, we use the physics of Newton, up to the point that we could get to, and now we need the physics of Einstein. And the physics of Einstein with the observations of Hubble bring us to Big Bang cosmology. And in Big Bang cosmology, we have the idea that the entire universe started from some sort of a point 13.8 billion years ago and is expanding since then. Now, Hubble was able to make these observations that the galaxies are all receding from each other based on the redshift measurements by Vesto Slipher and his own measurements of the relative distances to these galaxies. He found the correlation where further galaxies showed a greater redshift, which meant that they were moving away faster than closer galaxies. And the model that would explain that is if the entire universe in space itself is expanding. Now, his original observations were not quite accurate in terms of distances. The relative distances were reasonably done, but the actual scale of distance was wrong because he didn't know that there were more than one type of star. But that didn't mean that the overall prediction and the overall observation were incorrect. It's simply a matter of scaling the size of the universe, which was done much better afterwards. But there's more predictions coming from this Big Bang model, because if the universe started out as one point and then just exploded out in some fashion, then you would have a hot, dense, expanding universe, which means that the majority of the elements that were created early on in the universe would have been the lightest of the elements. So predominantly hydrogen, then helium, then very, very, very little lithium and beryllium. And so the prediction is, if that's the way the universe began, that should still be what we see now. And that is actually the case. The universe is around 3/4 hydrogen and 1/4 helium by mass. It's not exact. There's a lot of other heavier elements, but they're very, very small in numerical composition compared to the hydrogen and helium. And if we just look at our sun, which Cecilia Payne did an amazing job of working out the spectroscopy and the elemental composition, the sun is 74.5% hydrogen, 24% helium, and the rest is the little bit of metallicity. The metals are, anything heavier than helium for astronomers. So this observation, again, it correlates with the prediction from the Big Bang model. So far, we're dead on. What else? Well, if we started out with an expanding universe that then became more and more ordered, then in the early universe, galaxies should look very different. And that's actually the case. When we look at distant galaxies, they're less evolved, both physically and chemically. And we tend to refer to most of these earlier galaxies as irregular galaxies because they haven't taken on fully spiral or elliptical shapes. We also would predict that if the universe was denser and hotter in the past, and there was this starting point, this Big Bang, then we should be able to find evidence of the leftover heat from the early universe. And Penzias and Wilson were able to measure some microwave background radiation that gave us a temperature for the universe left over from the Big Bang of around 2.73 Kelvin. So up till now, the testing of the Big Bang model has gone really, really well. But as we make more and more observations, occasionally observations stop matching with what the Big Bang model can describe. And one of those sets of observations came from Vera Rubin, where she identified that spiral galaxy rotation curves, the speed at which the stars far outside from the core of these spiral galaxies are rotating around the center, was too fast to be explained by the amount of gravity you could see by the luminous matter, by the stuff that you could actually measure. Based on the stuff you can measure, those galaxies should actually be ripping apart. Those stars far away should be flying off in all directions, but they're not. They're being held in. And so how can we explain that, given that our observations don't match the physics that we're working with? So one possibility is there might be something wrong with the physics. One possibility is there might be something wrong with the model. And a third possibility is maybe there's something that we can't observe. So at the moment, we believe that there's a new and unknown form of matter that's non-luminous. And it actually makes up 85% of the matter that we can see gravitational interactions from. Its gravity works the same way, but we have not been able to figure out how to observe how much of it is. But because we've seen some galaxies without any dark matter, and because we've seen dark matter lensing events, we believe that this actually might be the case. But then we get even more complicated because now we've realized since the 1998 observations that the expansion of the universe is actually accelerating. And if the expansion of the universe is actually accelerating, then the gravitational stuff, the mass of the universe, isn't putting a constraint on things. So what could be causing the expansion to actually speed up? That would be some extra amount of energy content. And if we do the math, it's actually accounting for 68% of the known universe. So 68% of the known universe is this extra energy that we don't actually know what it is or how it works, but we see its effect. And 27% of the known universe is matter that we can't detect, but we see its gravitational effect. And 5% of the universe is the ordinary matter that we normally see and that we can actually measure and figure out. So the question here becomes, is this a crisis? We know that if we take into account dark energy, and if we take into account dark matter, things seem to make relative sense within the Big Bang model. But we don't know what dark matter is, and we don't know exactly what dark energy is. We have a few different models that might explain it, but until we get observations that either match the predictions of what we expect to see from dark matter and from dark energy, or don't, and we realize that there is a crisis and we need to build a new model rather than simply refine the existing one, we won't know. So our current view of the universe has a fair number of questions still open to it. And that's kind of exciting because that leaves a lot of opportunity for a lot more looking out at the night sky and wondering. Thanks for your attention. I hope that was fun. Scott, you're muted. I'm sorry.
I'm muted. That's right. Here we go. It's incredible. I always enjoy listening to your presentations, Karim. And I know that the audience just gets a lot of great, it's a great learning experience overall. So thank you. And, kudos to all the outreach activities for the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, Montreal Centre. I think that the outreach programs you have going for youth right now are very strong. I don't know if this is the strongest it's ever been, but
it evolves over time, and that's the thing is as youth and their interest and also the tools they have available to them evolve, we have to evolve. And so Absolutely. Bringing stuff to them in person, but also bringing content to them through YouTube, through these websites, multimedia platforms, this is how we engage them. And that's really where our future is. We have to engage the youth and keep them excited about learning and being able to contribute to space research and astronomy. And that's where, things like Zooniverse are just fantastic because kids who have an interest have an area where they can dive into their heart's content, and they're welcome and they're needed. And so I love doing the outreach, but I also love seeing kids come to me with their ideas and the things that they've discovered. That's the most fun.
Yeah, that's a huge reward. So thank you very much, Karim, and we look forward to the next time you're on Global Star Party. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Somebody was saying something. Was it Tom?
Yes, and I had something. Hey, you did a fantastic job presentation. That I like people when they can explain something where the layman can understand it. To where it's not so, because we seem to use all these long scientific names, and we don't break it down to see what it actually means. And we need more people out there to explain it where people can understand what we're talking about. And,
my pleasure. Part of it is you do get lost in the terminology sometimes. You do get lost in the math sometimes if you dive into this too much or into the data itself. But it's just fun sometimes to step back and say, well, what do we know and what do we think we know? What do we see? What does it mean? And for any of that, you can do that just in a conversational fashion. It doesn't have to be a textbook explanation.
Right. And I can tell by listening at your program that you know exactly what you're talking about. You've done your research, you've done your homework, and you know how to lay it out where people can understand it, and that's what's important.
Well, the homework's the important part, right? You got to keep learning, and that's where
the homework never ends.
I take my time to listen to Dr. Barth and to listen to Caitlin and to listen to others because that's where I learn from as well. Bob Fugate on here the other 2-3 episodes ago, my jaw was like to the ground the entire time. I still was furiously taking notes.
Yeah, we are so blessed to have so many amazing people.
I appreciate that, and And thanks, Scott, for letting me get some little wiggle room there.
No problem. Thank you,
Thanks,
Tom.
Scott.
Okay, all right. So up next, we will bring on Mike Weasner. Mike and I and David Levy are all collaborating to bring the next Arizona Dark Sky Star Party at Oracle State Park. And Mike is with us to kind of show us more about the park and what you can expect to see when you attend this amazing star party. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Mike.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, what I'm going to try to do is give you a taste of what being at Oracle State Park, just north of Tucson, is going to be like this September. There's all kinds of possible things you can do there at the park and in the area, but we're going to talk about mostly the park today. So let me share my screen. Hopefully this will work. Okay, should have my screen up. So Arizona, David H. Levy, Arizona Dark Sky Star Party is going to be here at Oracle State Park as well. Parts of it will be down at Biosphere 2, which is actually considered part of Oracle itself. It's going to be in September, 21st to the 25th. So let's just jump right into this. So I'm going to show you some maps here initially, just to kind of give you an idea of where we're located. So you're pretty familiar with the United States. And of course, the eastern half of the United States is pretty well wiped out from light pollution. But you look at the western half of the United States, we got some good dark sky areas here. So Arizona is down here in the southwest of the United States. The big blob is Phoenix. The smaller blob is Tucson. And zoom in a little bit here. We have Phoenix, and Tucson, and then Oracle State Park is just about an hour north of Tucson. And so a little better view, a little community of Oracle. There's about 3,000 residents here in a small little rural community, and then the park is off to the east of the community. So here we have the community of Oracle. You come out Mount Lemmon Highway, leaving Oracle, you turn into the park on Wildlife Drive, and you follow that for about a mile, and then you get over to where the historic Connell Ranch House is located. And we'll be doing lots of our Star Party activities in this area. There's also a remote area. It's called the Arizona Trail Walk-In area. And I'll have some pictures from there. But that's out American Avenue to the east of town. And then there's a little gate and road here that comes down to their area. So just a map from the park. Mount Lemmon Road, Wildlife Drive, coming over to the Connell Ranch House, or American Avenue up to the remote area. This is Highway 77 that goes down into Tucson. There's actually two entrances to Oracle from the highway. American Avenue actually continues on out towards the west and then intersects again with Highway 77. So a little close-up view of the main part of the park, Wildlife Drive. There's this group use area. We'll talk a bit about that. And then the ranch house gift shop area. So here's a satellite photograph of the ranch house, pretty big complex that was built back in the 1920s and later. So when you get to visit this, you'll be able to actually get some tours of some of these places. And then there's this group use area that's got some structures, and you'll see some photographs of that a little bit later. We're anticipating that a lot of the Star Party activities for setting up telescopes will be in this area, or potentially out in this area up here where the parking lot is and the patio. The road area, again, off of American Avenue, just follow a little road, big parking lot, and a very nice, pretty much unobstructed view of the horizon. So here we have the main entrance to the park with a visitor that we had out of the park back in February, where Scott got to actually see what this park looked like and experience the night sky from our wonderful park. We have since turned this into a permanent exhibit. He's actually standing out there now permanently. So. And you notice it does say an IDA International Dark Sky Park. We were the first park in the Arizona State Park System to get that designation back in the end of 2014. So we're very proud of that. So this is the main parking lot. Way over here at the end of the parking lot, you can see the ranch house. This is a panoramic view going from more or less west to east through the northern horizon. So you can see it's pretty flat out here. You've got a pretty nice, almost all the way around 360-degree view of the sky. View to the south is blocked just a little bit by the Catalina Mountains, Mount Lemmon. This is actually a view from where we are planning to build an observatory here at the park. We're having discussions now with the University of Arizona in Tucson about equipment and building an observatory here. So here is the park manager, Vince McAuliffe, pounding a stake in where we're siting out what the footprint is going to be for where the observatory is going to be. And again, you can see doggone pretty nice view all the way around. View to the east, we have the Galero Mountains. These mountains are actually about 100 miles away. And between us and the mountains is the San Pedro River Valley, which runs right up through here. This is a very well-populated migratory path for wildlife and birds. So when you're out at the park, you may see lots of activity. This is the group use area. And just some structures here where you can get out of the sun. There is power out here, so that won't be a problem for you. This is the remote area or the Arizona Trail access area. And you notice the sign out here says stargazing for astronomers. When the park is closed, this area is open 24 hours a day. So people can come out here and set up their telescopes or just set up a chair and recliners and observe our beautiful night sky. This is what the parking lot panorama looks like. Again, going from more or less west through north to east. Nice big flat structure. And welcoming you to the Oracle State Park. Park is a 4,000 acre wildlife refuge. It's a center for environmental education. It is an international dark sky park. And we have this historic Canale Ranch House. It is on the Register of Historic Places. This is a view of the ranch house with the mountains in the background. And here we have a close-up of part of the ranch house, sort of the main entrance into the ranch house and the patio. This was taken during a star party, obviously. We have some telescopes set up there. We have some musicians over here at the far end. So this is typically what we do when we have star parties out here. We'll have music, we'll set up for people to dance during the music, and then of course have some telescopes set up. Inside the ranch house is a nice living room. We do give talks down there. Fire Marshal says we can hold about 75 people in this room. And along the wall, there are all of these paintings done by one of the residents of the ranch house, old residents. And the group use area was, this was taken during a star party. In the afternoon, we had some solar telescopes set up. So why does this keep happening? Solar telescope set up, and you can see those there in that picture. Typical events that we have here, we have hiking on our trails. We like to have musicians out on our trails. So as people are walking along, they'll see 7 to 10 musicians at various spots along the trails. And yes, we do have our musicians entertaining back at the ranch house. Here is Vince McAuliffe, the park manager, showing a visitor from South Korea what one of the little gardens is like right outside the ranch house. Some scenes that you can see from various spots around the ranch. We have lots of these big boulders that are accessible from many of the trails. There's a little roadrunner sitting up here on top of that boulder. Some plants, some blooming cactus, some thistles, and again, just some sort of scenery around the horizon. This was from our celebration as being named as an International Dark Sky Park. So this was actually the unveiling of our sign that was going to be out there at the gate. So that was a very exciting event. So what are you going to see at Oracle State Park? Well, obviously you're going to see a dark sky. You're going to see this beautiful sky, even if it's cloudy. And yes, you're going to have an opportunity to see lots of critters. So one thing you won't see is a rising full moon, because we're going to be out there when there is no moon in the sky. But if you ever come back to Oracle State Park and get out there for one of our full moon events, watching that full moon rise over the Galero Mountains is a pretty awesome sight. And there you can see some telescopes and cameras that were set up to photograph that event. If you set your eyeballs for a long exposure, you'll get some nice star trails over the Canale Ranch House. Obviously, there's Polaris. You'll see the Milky Way. So here was a star party going on, and there was the Milky Way overhead. And a shot from the parking lot, the nice Milky Way. So yes, indeed, you will see Milky Way in all of its glory from Oracle State Park. You can see the winter Milky Way in the wintertime. So here's Orion, the winter Milky Way at one of our star parties. I was quite proud of this capture. We had our musicians who played on into the night, and there was the Big Dipper overhead. So that was a fun picture to get.
Very cool.
And you can see the zodiacal light. Here was Venus one night during a star party, and the cone of light here was the zodiacal light. So you can see that from Oracle State Park. And yes, you can even see Gegenschein, one of those typical things that says you do need to have a nice dark sky. Obviously, this is a photograph that I took, but the Gegenschein can be visible. One thing you hope you won't see is this picture. Back in the summer of 2020, we had the Bighorn Fire on Mount Lemmon. Mount Lemmon is about 10 miles south of the park. This fire burned for almost a month. 120,000 acres were burned. This picture was actually taken from my backyard. I live about 4 miles to the west of the park. The fire got to about 3 miles away from me. But what is interesting about this picture is not only do we have the smoke and the flames and the burning parts of the mountain, but up here is the Omega Centauri globular cluster. So you can see that from Oracle State Park. Probably won't see it during September. Late September, it really won't be visible, but it is visible from the park. A little bit of clouds in the daytime. You might see some sundogs. You can see, obviously, some pretty sunsets here in Arizona. So from the park, if we happen to have some clouds, be certain to check out the sunsets. We had a star party going on one night, and things were a little cloudy, but we partied on. Monsoon season will be winding down about the middle of September, but during the daytime, you might see some monsoon storms kicking off with lots of rain coming out of them. And yes, you might see some lightning from our monsoon storms, and more lightning, and more lightning, and yet even more lightning. So watch out for our monsoon storms. They're certainly fascinating to see. They're also very noisy, lots of thunder. And we can have some good strong winds when they happen. But again, monsoon should be winding down and should not really impact us. But you might see that from Oracle State Park. Of course, storm passes through and you might get to see a double rainbow coming over. Some other things you're going to see at the park, lots of wildlife, various hawks, various birds, woodpeckers, hummingbirds. You'll see lots of birds here at the park. They actually keep a list of what birds are seen here at the park. So you'll see lots of birds. You'll see some roadrunners, even bringing you a little gift of the lizard that the roadrunner caught. Might see some quail. This was actually taken from just outside of my observatory here on the west side of Oracle. But this little quail family came up to me, and I'll just run this little video. For a second, I thought they were going to come over and check out my observatory.
I think they're making sure that you don't go over and mess with them.
But Daddy leads the way, and they walk away. So that's Daddy. They're at the top leading the way away from me, the 4 little chicks, and Mama quail. Lots of quail here. And lots of other kind of birds, raptors, hawks, owls, turkey vultures. Turkey vultures are here from the spring through September, October timeframe, and then they migrate back down to Mexico. But when they're flying, they're very graceful. They're an ugly looking bird when they're on the ground. They're very large. But when you see them flying, they're pretty impressive. So turkey vulture there on the bottom. We're hoping to get this lady whose name is escaping me at the moment. She will bring in some raptors and let you see them up close and personal. So we're hoping that she's going to give a talk at the park during the star party. You might see some little critters like the horned toad over here, a nice little beaded lizard here. This is actually a baby Gila monster. This little baby, fortunately, Mama wasn't around when I got its picture. He's about 8 inches long. Mama is about 2 feet long. But they're a pretty impressive little lizard, 2 feet long. If you see one of these, stay out of their way. This is a javelina. It's basically a wild pig. It's a protected species here in Arizona. But if you see Mama and Daddy and their babies walking around, definitely stay away from them, because if they think their children are threatened, they will attack you. Their claws are very sharp and they have very sharp teeth, and they will put you in a hospital. So if you see these walking around sunset or even during the daytime or at nighttime, stay away from them. You might see some of these little critters, some tarantulas. Tarantulas are not poisonous, so you won't really have to worry too much about them. You might see scorpions, and you do want to avoid getting stung by them because it will hurt. You might see some deer, lots of deer out at Oregon State Park, so keep your eyeballs open for the deer out there. You might see some of these little critters, rattlesnakes. We have lots of different types of snakes here at Oracle. So do keep your eyeballs open. Many of the snakes are not poisonous, but snakes like the rattlesnakes are. And of course, you may hear them doing their rattling, although they're getting a little sneaky. They're actually using the rattles less now, we've discovered. So watch out for the rattlesnakes when you're out walking around. Pretty little coyote. You'll see coyotes here at the park. You, of course, hear them singing at sunset and into the evening occasionally. So watch out for the coyotes. They're the big dog kind of an animal, but they're fun to see. You'll see bunny rabbits. We have lots of little bunny rabbits around the park. So say hello to the bunnies when you see them. Occasionally, you might see a little face like this looking at you through some cactus. That's a bobcat. Bobcats are about the size of a dog, a smaller dog, medium-sized dog, I guess I should say. So if you see one of these, wave at them, say hi. Another view of a bobcat. Bobcats have a little short tail. That's why they're called bob. The tail actually appears to be bobbed. But pretty cats. They're very pretty. And another view of a bobcat. So I like bobcats. These little guys are about the size of a chipmunk, but they're called antelope squirrels. They're very antic. They're very running. They run around a lot. They play around a lot. They're very curious. You'll see them sometimes looking like they're boxing, like the pictures there on the left. You'll see them hugging each other. And sometimes it'll look like they're kissing each other. So they're fun to watch. So if you do get to see some of these little antelope squirrels, as they're called, watch them for a while. They're fun. A little bit of history here. I mentioned this last Thursday on one of Scott's shows. Back in 1916, a donation was made anonymously to the University of Arizona, and of $60,000 so that the university could buy a big telescope and set up an astronomical observatory. After the donor passed away, it was revealed that her name was Lavinia Stewart, and she was from Oracle. So Stewart Observatory, part of the University of Arizona in Tucson, was started with her original donation, an Oracle resident, part of our history here in Oracle. So we have a good astronomical history. A plug, At the Star Party in September, I'm going to be giving a talk on smartphone astrophotography. So if you like doing astrophotography and you're not into the high-end imagers, come and check out what you can do with a smartphone. A gratuitous plug, Explore Scientific is going to be selling my autobiography that was published last year through their website. So when you go up to register for the event on their website, you can also select to purchase my book through them. And the books will be coming to me then. I'll autograph them and provide them to the attendees at the Star Party. All the proceeds from the sale of the Star Party, or the bulk of the proceeds, will be going to Explore Scientific to offset the cost of the Star Party here that they're putting on. So check that out. Some websites, Oregon State Park, azstateparks.com/Oracle. Visit Oracle, which you'll hear more about later on in a future session, is visitoracle.org. And Biosphere 2 is biosphere2.org. So with that, I will end. And are there any questions?
I just have a comment, Mike. That's a great talk. That $60,000 donation in 1916, that has a value of $1.5 million in today's dollars.
Yeah. It was a pretty big deal back then.
Yeah.
There were many people who settled in Oracle in the early 1900s after Indian uprisings were pretty much resolved. They came out here for their health. They had tuberculosis and they lived in the East. And so they came out here for their health. They became ranchers. They had tens of thousands of acres of ranch land. And of course, they sold all that beef and they made lots of money. There's other people that came out here for the copper mining. So many people who were those early settlers out here, they made lots of money.
Oh, great.
Do you have much trouble with rattlesnakes at night observing?
No, when I go out to my observatory, I rarely see them at night. Around sunset, you might see them kind of spiraled up. In fact, I almost stepped on one night. I was trying to frame a monsoon storm that was off to the north with my observatory in the foreground. So I was backing up, holding my camera. And then I said, well, this is kind of dumb. I might trip over a cactus. So I turned around, looked down at my feet, and there was a rattlesnake. So do be careful.
All right. Well, that's great. Yeah, a lot of people get kind of a little bit freaked out because of snakes or things that sting or whatever. You just, anytime you go out to where, you're in the wilderness, you need to watch where you're going, and respect wildlife. So the most dangerous animal out there, though, is you. So
yes. Yeah. They respect you as well. So
yes, they do.
Just keep your distance from them and you won't have any problems.
Right. Okay.
Can I say something, Scott?
Of course.
I remember when I was moving from Reno, Nevada back to Texas, and I was on Interstate 40 there coming out of Las Vegas. And it was during the fall time, no, wait a minute. It was during the winter going into the springtime. I remember I was on Interstate 40 and everything looked normal. When I got to Arizona, it looked like somebody had painted everything with a crystal ice. That's what it looked like. This cold monsoon had come through there and just covered everything in ice. And I couldn't believe it. I didn't know that things like that happened there.
Well, yeah, the hailstorms that we can get out of the monsoons here are pretty impressive.
I mean, everything was iced over. The grass, the cactuses, the sand, everything was just ice. And I couldn't believe it. I thought I was looking at something in some kind of fantasy land or something. It was weird.
Well, and certainly in the wintertime, we get snow here in Oracle. I've seen it where we've gotten typically 4 to 5 inches, but we've occasionally gotten up to a foot of snow here in the foothills of the Catalina Mountains.
Yeah. Tom, we call that Tuesday.
Tuesday, huh? It was like somebody had took a painting, right, of the desert and just painted it with ice. That's what it looked like. and it's never left the back of my mind, you know, after seeing something like that. So, and then after I left there, I went on to go see the crater, there in New Mexico.
Nope,
And then
Arizona.
Yeah.
Winslow, Arizona, meteor crater. Yes.
Yeah, it's right there off Interstate, 40. So
Yep.
That's where I was. So that photograph or that image in my mind is set in stone, and I always remember it when I'm driving through there. Now I want to see it again, but it's never there. It's always this one particular time that I've seen that,
Well, certainly Arizona is known for making memories. So come to the David H. Levy Arizona Dark Sky Star Party. Right. You'll get more.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So up next, we will be bringing on young astronomer Conal Richards, who has been making many presentations on Global Star Party. He was with us last Sunday night as we were observing the Lunar Eclipse, and I really loved his presentations and his presentation style. Conal is an amazing outreach ambassador in his own right, and we're glad to have him on the 94th Global Star Party. Conal, it's all yours, man.
All right. Thank you very much for having me on tonight. As you know, I was on Sunday night, and with the theme of transformations this Tuesday, it'd only be fitting to talk about a very recent transformation we recently witnessed over a couple of hours. I remember I was on that broadcast and I joined for a little bit at the beginning. I was popping in and outside. I had my tripod outside with my camera, and we had some thunderstorms all day. So the humidity was, up in 80%, 90%, very high, and the ground was all damp. And I thought, I'm not going to get too lucky tonight with the seeing conditions and my viewing, but the clouds cleared up perfectly. I kept moisture off the optics for the most part, and it worked out just fine. I managed to get shots of almost the full eclipse. There was a wall of clouds that came in probably close to 2 a.m, only 10 minutes away from the partial phase ending. So I got shots of pretty much the whole eclipse, and I couldn't be more grateful for that. It was one of the greatest lunar eclipses I've ever seen. I've seen 2 other total eclipses, and it was certainly a dark one, as many other observers noted. And I'll be sharing a couple images with you tonight that I captured during that time. So I'll start with sharing my screen here. Is my audio and video okay for you?
Absolutely.
Good. Oh, is this going to act up on me? Give me just a moment. I think for some reason oh, here we go. My photo app on my computer has been messing around with me a little bit. Anyway, this is just around the start of the eclipse. You can see the partial phase starting to come in, and I was experimenting with a couple different exposures and ISOs. I kept it pretty low and pretty short. I found that I could do a higher exposure or a longer exposure with a higher ISO, and the moon would be pretty much completely white, but you would see a more defined shadow. But here it seems, if I zoom in a little bit, and I'm just noticing this now, you can see sort of the penumbral shadow along here, perhaps some of that. If I'm not mistaking that for the darker Maria over on the west here. But certainly, without a doubt, here you have the darker shadow of the Earth starting to stretch over the moon and come over for its long stay over a couple of hours. Now, when this eclipse was starting to rise, when the full moon was starting to rise before the partial phase began, I want to say it was about 10 or 12 degrees off the horizon, and there were all these clouds really low. I got a couple of other shots where it looks like something out of a Halloween movie or a horror movie. And it was a classic full moon rising scene. But then the eclipse started and the clouds cleared up. The moon came a little higher up in the atmosphere, so I didn't have so much turbulence. I got some beautiful shots like that. And I'll go to the next one here. This is certainly one of my favorite shots. Much deeper into the eclipse here. This is just before totality began. And to my eye, over on the eastern limb of the moon, there was this little slice, this little crescent, not even touching the poles here. It was more almost like a banana kind of shape. And you can see that orange, that dark brown shadow is creeping across. And I could see that sliver shrinking. It reminded me of the total eclipse I saw in 2017, the solar eclipse, where you can see that piece of the sun just shrinking away. And here it is with the roles reversed. Here's the moon and its light kind of fading away. You'll also notice there are these 3 stars here. And Sky and Telescope was reporting, I noticed, that this star up here, I don't remember exactly what it was called. It was one of the catalog designations for HD. That star eventually got occulted for some part of the country. In my case, this star in the center of these 3, it's a double star, 6th and 8th magnitude. But of course, you can really see the 6th kind of pushing that into my camera's view. That later ended up being occulted, and I'll show you a nice video sequence of that later on. But again, this is one of my favorite images. You have this pearl of light over on the east of that last bit of sunshine before it gets blocked by the Earth, and then that dark hazy brown starting to come in and obscure the rest of the moon. And you can even see some of the curvature here, which is a really nice aspect of that shot that I like. So I'll go next here. This is back in totality now, and you can see that other star I talked about earlier is closer, and the moon is just such a deep brown color. With other eclipses I'd seen, the first one I saw was in September of 2015, and that was a little bit of a lighter color if I remember. I wasn't so involved in astronomy then, but I remember watching that one, and it was a little less dark. And then the next one I saw was Martin Luther King Day in 2019, and that eclipse, that was a moderate one. I think I placed it at Danjon 2.5 or something like that. And I remember going out into the driveway, and we had just had an ice storm here. So I was using my binoculars as almost a walker. And then eventually I laid back against this ice bank, this snowbank at the end of the driveway with my binoculars and tried to get some pictures with my phone. And they came out okay. It was something cool to share with friends, but this really blew it away, and I was proud of how it came out. Again, this is during totality. Shortly after it began, the end got cut off a little bit by some clouds, but almost up here, out in the ocean of storms, you can see there's that dark center of the shadow, and I think there is somewhat of a gradient there. The moon is in totality again, but there's still some white down here. You can see Tycho's ray system stretching up just a little bit over here, and then it just gets so dark over here from those volcanoes we've had recently. And I've been wondering if some local brush fires I've had in Pennsylvania and of course the much larger wildfires in New Mexico have had some influence on the color of this eclipse. But we'll move back out here. This is coming back out of eclipse, similar to the shot I had before. And like I said, if I did a longer exposure or a longer time, the white part of the moon or the unobscured part would be much brighter, and you couldn't see anything there. But here you can see almost an earthshine feature with everything else lit up on the moon. There's Copernicus right there, or I think it's actually right there. Aristarchus up here, we were looking at that crater during the webcast Sunday night. And then Tycho down here, you can start to see that ring just as it's hanging on before the full light of the sun comes back. There aren't many other stars, or any other actually, in this image. But it does show a really nice kind of earthshine perspective and a good curvature of the Earth's shadow. You can see how big it is, and it's really surprising how big that is compared to the disk of the moon, which we associate as being one of the largest objects that we see with our eyes in the sky. And finally, coming out of eclipse, a similar shot to the one I began with. You can see that shadow is kind of fuzzy, a little bit turbulent there. And this had to be maybe around 1:30 or 1:45 my local time, about 15 minutes before the eclipse ended. Still, you can see some of the features here, some of the bright craters and their ray systems, and that shadow just eating a huge chunk out of the moon before it leaves us before the next lunar eclipse. I think that's in November. So I'll go back out here, and I wanted to get a nice sequence. Those first 5 images I saw, maybe I'll put them together in a mosaic at one point. But this is my favorite shot, without a doubt. After totality, just after totality, as the partial phase is starting to come back, you can still see that deep brown color.
Yeah,
I absolutely
that's something you want to
love
hang
this
on the
shot.
wall. That's incredible.
Oh my goodness.
I agree.
Look at that.
Truly, I
Looks
think
like
it's one of
something
my
with Hollywood
favorite.
effects. It's beautiful.
One of those
I think it's certainly.
of the clouds,
What's that?
right?
I mean, like I said, it was kind of like a Halloween scene, almost like something you'd see in one of those old movies. But this was a beautiful shot. This was an ISO of 3200 and a 2-second exposure time. You can kind of see that in the clouds moving, but not too much. They're blocking out a part of the moon in a more artistic way, I think. I think the clouds actually added to it in this case, without a doubt.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And when totality was starting to end, this came across in some of the pictures, I think. There was this brownish glow on the clouds, kind of like you have with the lunar halo, but it was a much darker reddish color. And that was a really cool effect that I've never seen.
Man,
But there you see the clouds are eating away.
I think you could sell that and help put your way through college.
I'd certainly love to. I've even thought about submitting.
I'll help you.
We'll have to see.
I'll help you do
Thank
that.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, even I can chime in and say, sorry about that. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for, because in the few seconds I had to try and view the lunar eclipse from Vegas, it was coming in and out of clouds. I could see it with my eyes, but I had a smaller focal length lens, so I made do with what I could. But yeah, that's done really well. That great preparation and getting all those shots in the beginning. Then when the clouds show up, you were able to capture all of it. I'm looking through some images now to see if I have something like that. I doubt it'll be even as much as detailed as what you've got. So kudos, and we're glad somebody was able to see it.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, I think there was some preparation involved, but definitely a lot of luck without a doubt. Because I saw this eclipse, just starting to end, and there's these clouds there. And all night during totality, I'd been shooting exposures of 2 seconds for a 3200 ISO. And this just happened to be one of them. And I went back through, I think I shared the raw image during the webcast Sunday night, and the cloud effects look really cool. But when I boosted the contrast a little bit, I kind of darkened some of the clouds, just played around with the image a little bit. I mean, the framework was there already. I got this beautiful image, and it's without a doubt one of my favorites. You can see the other stars there. There's some stars, there's clouds. You can see some of the reflection on the clouds and some of the haze in the atmosphere. In some of the images I had earlier, I kept getting sort of a reflection if I did too high of an ISO or too long of an exposure. Mm-hmm. And it would look like another moon was superimposed here. I might have that in one of the other images. Hopefully I can hide that enough, but this worked out just perfectly with all the settings and the brightness covered. You can see the clouds are blocking the brighter part of the moon, and it just all came together. Right place, right time, I would say. And,
can I chime in here?
Sure.
I have produced so many images, astronomical images, that every once in a while you have that moment that just comes where all the settings are just lined up perfectly. Not by something you did, but just by accident. And you end up with something like this, something you'd never do again, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean,
go ahead.
I'd love to repeat it. That kind of moment you talk about where you have all the right settings in the right location, I'd say that's happened to me maybe once before. And it's my background image here. I was camping at a local state park, and maybe I can minimize the photo app here. There was a campfire down here lighting up the trees and just giving them a bit of a breeze with the heat rising. You get the stars trailing. It was a beautiful night in July. But this eclipse that
I was thinking something funny. I wonder what humanity back in the 15th century would have thought about an image like that. Probably Dracula's death moon or something.
It looks like I should almost put a little clip art of a bat over that, for a movie trailer.
Exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. It's Dracula's death moon. That's what they would be calling it, right? Without any knowledge of what they're actually talking about. So it's just one of those rare occasions that I've had too. And it just happens. And it's not something you do. It's just the conditions, the atmosphere, everything just goes down a path. And when you really think about it, you're not in control of any of it. It just happens. You know what I mean? The camera's working perfectly, your mount's working perfectly, and the atmosphere's all in play. And then boom, you got something, and you go, how in the world would I ever do that again when you look back at it, right?
It's all about showing up and having some skills.
Yeah, there you go, Scott.
Yep.
It's all about the interest and all about the determination to get it, right?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
It's awesome.
Because without the determination, nothing works. Yeah.
I'm sure there are some people on here who will contend this, but I actually have to thank the clouds for once for providing me with a nice image.
earlier, think the clouds, it's one of those moments where the clouds just fell into place too with its appearance, So it was like, I have an image of the constellation Andromeda with the clouds over the top of it. And when I processed it, it looked like the whole constellation was in flames because the clouds end up being an orange-red color, and when you look at it, you go, how in the world did that happen? And it's so beautiful when you look at it, right? So it's just something odd that comes out of nowhere, that you're not expecting. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
Wonderful.
the eclipse was starting to, I'll go on to the next shot here. The eclipse was starting to finish out. The moon was a much paler color. And this was kind of a hard shot to manage with exposure times and the lighting. There was a little bit of a lunar halo here. You can see that just the last chunk of shadow is starting to go away. And these darker clouds, this was one of the last shots I got of the night. Those darker clouds, there was just a huge wall of them coming over, and there were some thunderstorms a couple hours later, about 9 a.m. the next morning. But that was kind of my final shot, my farewell to the eclipse. And again, I really tried to work with that cloud effect. There were some cool halos popping in and out. I didn't notice any moon dogs in particular. I'm not sure I was looking for them exactly, but the halo was really beautiful. But I'll go back here. I got a couple of landscape shots that turned out just wonderfully. Here was one of my favorites. And for me, at least, my brightness is a little bit low. The moon, there it is. There's these 3 stars. And I walked down the street and there were a couple of trees just over a nearby forest. And Scorpius was coming up over here. I don't know if you can see Antares and some of the other stars and the claws there. But it was such a dramatic image, one that I thought I'd never be able to get. And it just worked out tremendously. I tried some later. Here I was looking through the trees, just getting a branch going right through the moon. Couple of stars nearby, some foreground. When I was playing around with the exposure in Photoshop, I could find that I captured just enough light that you could capture like white or brown bark on the trees and some of the green leaves coming in for the summer. And I don't think I have that too much here. I kind of made them more shadowed, but the color of the moon is what I really wanted to focus on. And it just was a beautiful scene. And you never really think about it because this is what our eye normally sees, of course, minus that red color. We see a full moon, we see trees in the landscape, we might see a couple of stars or our surroundings. But when you go to shoot that, it's actually very difficult because the moon is so bright, the surroundings are not. And you really have a hard time managing those exposures. But when the moon is much darker and it's blending into that background more, Simon was even saying that, he wouldn't notice if he weren't looking for it, wouldn't notice the moon up. And that makes for some really, it makes it much easier to get these nicer shots. And I keep hitting the wrong arrow. I'll go to a final landscape shot here. This reminded me of a story Karim was telling me, and I think telling us, and he shared that again tonight. One of the Scandinavian stories about the 2 jaguars circling around, and one would eat the moon and spit it out, one would eat the sun and spit it out, and they would trade places. And I thought that tree looked a little bit like that, kind of gobbling up the moon here. Just some branches over on the eastern limb, and it turned out to be a really beautiful image. Again, there's some stars over there. It was really nice to capture both the moon and stars, the background stars, in the same image, because normally you're either shooting a nightscape during a new moon or when the moon is not in the sky, or you're just focused on the moon. At least that's what I do with my camera. But here we have both of them all in the same shot, and it's something really fortunate that you don't get too much only during these lunar eclipses. Again, I'll close out. This was the image sequence I talked about earlier. You can see right here, there are these 3 stars. This was that double star I mentioned that the moon occulted, at least for my location. It was a little bit different across the country and across where this eclipse was observed. This is 10 frames here. And here comes the moon just coming to eat up that star. Mm-hmm. I'll play it again for you. It wasn't anything too miraculous. Probably the brightest occultation I've witnessed, actually, because I remember seeing one of the 7th magnitude star, recording that through my telescope. But I never photographed one, so it was cool to get that. I did the best I could with centering the moon and getting a little bit of a movie together. And that was a really nice way to a really nice feature of the eclipse, a little bit of a bonus to an already spectacular event. And I said on the broadcast Sunday night that total solar eclipses are commonly held up as these spectacular events, perhaps the best in astronomy. And it's very hard to argue with that. But some of these total lunar eclipses, they're just rare events, but not too rare. Every two or 3 years, you get one in your location. They're always spectacular events, without a doubt, always very beautiful, great opportunities for astronomy, for looking at impacts, for looking at occultations. They're great photography targets, great subjects. And then, of course, in the telescope and with a pair of binoculars, they are stunning as well. So it's a really nice balance between a more rare event where it feels more like a treat versus something that's a lot more available to you and nice to photograph and share with others. And as Scott mentioned earlier, youth outreach is very important. We were talking a lot about the value of outreach. These lunar eclipses, I know they turn out so many people, and they're a great opportunity for us as amateur astronomers and even professionals to reach out to the public and talk about the transformation in the cosmos and things that they can witness in real time, because we normally think of the night sky as something that's static, and that nothing could be farther from the truth. So this is a really nice event to share with the public for sure. And hopefully with the coming lunar eclipses and even the solar eclipse in 2024, they provide us with some more opportunities to share something with the public and get some more people involved in astronomy. So I'll leave you with this image. Again, one of my favorites with the clouds and the total lunar eclipse just leaving us. And thank you very much for having me on. I always enjoy sharing my photography and my stories with outreach. Hopefully all of you got a good chance to observe, and hopefully you have a good night. Thank you.
Good night. That's great. Thank you so much.
Hey, Scott.
Yes.
Hey, Scott. Could you do me a favor? In the messenger, I sent you an image. I wanted to share that with him, the one that I was talking about Andromeda being in the clouds.
Okay.
It's so beautiful. I wanted him to see this and let him know exactly why I understand his photo. Sure. Because sometimes the clouds can work in your favor on certain things.
That's right. I'll do that here in a moment. But up next is Dr. Caitlin Ahrens. She's been waiting patiently to talk about the Planetary Decadal Survey. And Caitlin, are you, I see that you're back there.
Hello.
Here you are. Okay. I did want to mention that Caitlin was on our live program. She did a program called 7 Months of Science. You can still see that on YouTube and Facebook. And she did a great job, brought some amazing scientists on, but she's an amazing scientist herself. She's a doctoral fellow at Goddard Space Flight Center. She researches the planets. She is an expert on the ices of planets, but it's only fitting that she would give us this presentation. So Caitlin, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, whenever I got the email about the theme of transformations, I'm like, oh, yes, I can do this, because the Planetary Decadal Survey is completely transforming what we're going to do next. So every branch of NASA, you have your Planetary and Astrobio division, your Heliophysics division, and your Astrophysics division. And all of them have their own decadal surveys. So our planetary one just got released about 3 weeks ago. We're still combing through it because it is over 700 pages long of a PDF. And it is completely free, freely available. And I'll happy to share the link as well. So it does take a while to download all 700 some pages though. So, be nice to your computer. But I'll tell you what, we were all holding our breath whenever the release date was coming about, and to the point where the website crashed for several hours because we were all trying to download a 700 some page PDF at the same time. Wow, who knew? But this is it's our third decadal survey. And so decadal, as the name means, it's every 10 years. So our third one, so our first one was from 2003 to 2013. Second one was from 2013 to 2022. And now we're finally getting into 2022-ish to Well, whenever. But I've been in meetings all day. I can do
whenever. That's right.
Whenever. Plus 10 years, it'll be fine. 2032. But the interesting part about the decadal is that it is very much a roadmap. And so it's based off of what we planetary scientists bring to what's called our AGs. So our AGs are our assessment groups. Our assessment groups then talk to several other organizations like the National Academy of Sciences. They're the main brain behind this whole decadal survey. And then that's kind of a pipeline to Congress. And that way Congress kind of gives, this is kind of our heartbeat of like, okay, what are planetary scientists interested in the next 10 years? So it's us writing a bunch of white papers. And if you don't know what a white paper is about 5-ish some pages, love letter, essentially, of just like, I want to study this because it's really pretty and it's really cool, and please give us funding, pretty please. You try to do that in 5 pages worth, it can, drone on a bit though, but we had hundreds and hundreds of white papers. And it was like trading cards too. I myself have written a few of them, but then you had colleagues who would write them, and then we would kind of go like, oh, can you sign my white paper as a signatory, and I'll sign yours. And it's a huge trading around of signatures, and like, do you support what I'm trying to write here, and do you support this and that, and so on. So it took 2 years to gather all of those white papers to then form the 700-page monstrosity that is the decadal survey. But it gives an idea as to what do we find interesting now and for the next 10 years. So if anybody is a Mercury lover out there, sorry, Mercury got axed. So that doesn't mean that there won't be funding for people who would want to do Mercury science. Messenger is no longer a mission, but we still have a lot of data from Messenger. Bepi Colombo is on its way, but that is not a US-based mission either. So anybody who wants to do Mercury, it's like, okay, good for you, but it's not high priority. So, play your cards right. But I can attempt to share the 500-page. Let's hope it doesn't blow up. So, okay, awesome, great. Okay, so origins, worlds, and life. So this is the 3 trifecta naming that they use for this decadal survey. Notice that we have planetary science and astrobiology. We are all one division here. National Academy of Sciences. We're going to skip through all the front matter here, which is, congratulations to the committee members, especially Robin and Philip here. So they had to combine all of these white papers and then come up with all of these panels and panelists and different subsystems. I myself got to listen in on ocean worlds and a little bit about the moon. Sorry, Mercury. Nice, beautiful panel about Venus, especially with Veritas and Da Vinci coming up. Let's see here. I'm going to actually just kind of skip down. Here we go. So here's the lovely table of contents kind of deal. By all means, I'm not going to go through this entire thing. But the first part of it kind of goes through as to why do we even have this decadal in the first place? What do we, a transformative decade. So Scott, you had the right topic for me to talk about this tonight. Priority science questions, I'll show that here in a bit. But then it really breaks down the solar system between the trifecta here of, I already skipped it. So the trifecta of origins, worlds, and life. So origins, meaning how did our solar system even begin? So we're talking about accretion disks. We're talking about how did certain planets form, planetary nebula, how did certain chemistry or certain materials, ices, how do they all form and come about? The second theme is worlds and processes. So it's what's happening right now. We know that there's beautiful volcanic systems, which is what I work on other planets. But how did they form? Are any of them still active? What kind of materials and chemistry are we working on there? We want to go to Titan with Dragonfly. So what kinds of cool stuff have at Titan, which is really, really such a beautiful outer planet there, or a moon. And then the third one is life and habitability. So that's kind of combining past, present, and future. What kind of habitability and organic life may have happened in the pre-solar nebula? Are there any tiny critters in space currently? And then what's the future of trying to figure out all the technology and stuff? There's something else that was interesting that has not been added fairly recently. Exoplanets got added for the first time last decadal because exoplanets, we got better with our technology, and we're continuing to be better with our exoplanetary technology, especially with the JWST coming up. That's going to be great. But something of note here that was very new to this decadal, that it's a step. It's not perfectly written. There's still some plot holes in it, but it's state of the profession. So how can we as scientists be better about biases? So bias, and how do we make sure that we have early career researchers involved? How do we make sure that we're retaining those early career researchers of any walk of life? And so having those kinds of biases noted now as like, this needs to be a priority. One of NASA's fairly recent core values that was just added not too long ago is inclusivity. And so having the state of the profession and how can we be better about inclusivity is really quite fascinating. That, hooray, it got added to the decadal. Let's see here. Earlier in the stream, I'm not sure if it got recorded or not, though, but earlier this evening, we were talking about planetary defense and watching out for comets and asteroids and stuff. So yes, there's a whole section here. There's a whole chapter just on that. Hooray. So anything from detection, and then how do we make this into a better international collaboration? Because obviously, if you just only use the telescopes in the US, you're obviously not going to get all of your targets. So how can we have better detection and tracking of objects, asteroids, comets, interstellar objects, whatever? How can we better be prepared on an international level and use telescopes around the world to help us with this tracking? So that beautiful long chapter with that. Human exploration, we're wanting to put boots on the ground on the moon very soon. Yay! So we're kind of getting back into what are priorities for human exploration. And it's not as easy. We were very strict through the Apollo program, which is, obviously very great for safety reasons. But now that our technology is better, we want to put boots on the ground again with the Artemis missions. What else do we need to be prepared for? What else do we need to be wary of? We want to send our next round of astronauts to the South Pole. There's a lot of interesting hazards that we never really had to deal with the Apollo missions before. So now it's our job to realize what could those hazards be. And by hazards, I mean the most terrible hazard is lunar dust, because it just gets everywhere. And then how cold it can be on that part of the moon. So communications could also be a bit of a trial and error kind of deal. And then kind of gets into a little bit of technology here. So let's see. Let's go to page 5 here. Oh, yes. So there's planetary defense here. So DART, that is already launched now. This is the double asteroid redirection test. It's going to kind of bonk right into Didymos. I think September 2022, maybe. Okay, so priorities here. So you have different kinds of tiers of NASA missions. The big shiny one is having a discovery mission. So discovery missions, typically about 700 million, and I believe, yeah, so they're wanting to increase it now to 800 million. So that would be really nice. So some examples of discovery missions would be the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter or the InSight mission, the seismometer on Mars. There's also the Da Vinci and Veritas Venus missions. Those are also discovery. The next round is the New Frontiers program. So second best, still quite a bit of money to be sure, but New Frontiers, you're dealing with much longer distances with New Frontiers on a much shorter budget. So we're talking New Horizons, we're talking Juno, we're talking Dragonfly. So those would be New Frontiers. Next up would be, oh yeah, so there's New Frontiers. Yeah. So this is where the fun part came in. This is where all of us were kind of holding our breath for, is what's the priority for the big shiny missions in the next decade? And the very first one I'm super happy about. It's a Uranus orbiter and probe. Get your Uranus jokes out of the way, because I'm going to hear them for the next decade. I kid you, I'm off. My Twitter is already popping up with Uranus jokes already. And I'm like, okay, well, you know what? It's already getting the public excited in a weird way. Why not? But it's definitely a priority for a flagship mission. I am so excited. So this could be an orbiter. There might be some sort of just probe into it. That's going to be great. The second highest priority is also going to be a little interesting. This is an Enceladus Orbilander, which I'm pretty sure they just made up that word because it just sounds really cool. Seriously, it sounds like something out of a sci-fi book, and I love it. So Orbilander, to have an orbiter and then a lander combo, and then communications between the two. But the lander would essentially sample bits and pieces of Enceladus. Sorry, did you have a question?
A single image.
Carry on, I think.
Okay. Yeah, anyways, so flagships are going to be an interesting part in this too. I'm not sure if flagships even showed up just yet. Yeah, so essentially just going through like all the beautiful priorities and stuff. So the thing about Discovery and New Frontiers is that you have a PI, or what's called a primary investigator, to lead the mission. So, for example, New Horizons was led by Dr. Alan Stern from West Research Institute, or like LRO has a very specific PI as well. Flagships are, just because they're just slightly under budget, they're supposed to last and last and last much, much longer. And so those don't have a single PI. They instead have a team of people. So flagship missions would be considered Cassini or Voyager missions. They weren't run by a single leader. They were run by a management team to then have subgroups at the ready of like, hey, we need to go do this. So this decadal though is really, really quite interesting of like what's been done. There was a bit of Cassini there. There's Cassini, rest in peace Cassini there. Oh goodness gracious. Osiris Rex is coming back. Let's see. I wrote down like PDF numbers because this thing is humongous. All right, so I have an early version too. The newer version probably has much better images. I just try to get it as early as I possibly can before this website crashed. All right, yeah, so this is another big chapter for us planetary people. What are the priority questions? What do we need to be focusing on? And so they had a pretty good idea as to what we want to really look forward to. So life and habitability, planetary processes, and solar system origins. So this is where our trifecta really comes from, with some minor details with exoplanets, impact hazards, and human exploration. Why these are much smaller though? The thing about exoplanets is that exoplanets is also part of the astrophysics division and the heliophysics division. So they're kind of very spread in within the planetary communities. So this is essentially a culmination of all the actual planetary ads, which are like down here. So League is the Lunar Exploration Assessment Group. MAPSIT is, I believe, Sample Return. MEPAG is Mars. OPAG is Outer Planets. SBAG is small bodies. So all of you asteroid and comet lovers out there, that's for SBAG. MEXAG is Mercury, and then BEXAG for Venus. So, yeah. So having all of these ags talk to each other really took months and months and months to try to get all these white papers put together. Have all of these grand questions that then get deeper and deeper and deeper in like the next 500 some pages and whatnot. But I mean, like I said, this is very much free to peruse at your disposal. Just Google National Academy of Sciences decadal survey and it'll pop up. Or at least the website will pop up, and then you need to actually download it. But another cool thing too is that on that same website, you can read everybody's white papers. If you want to know a very specific priority, or you're like, oh, you know what? I want to read only white papers about Mars sample return. Mars sample return is a really, really big project coming up. And a really big priority. So that's going to be interesting. If you only want to read white papers on those, you can feel free to. If you want to read any of mine, here's mine. Mine's mostly laboratory work. But I mean, the list is here, and then they're all available on that same National Academy of Sciences website as well. Completely free to download, no fees or anything. It's really quite interesting as well. That I want to bring up this point too is that the decadal survey doesn't seem to be well conveyed to the general public. No. And I think that's a bit of a mistake there, because this is like, you know, mostly speaking the US folks here though, but this is your tax dollars as a roadmap for us scientists to focus on. And so I think having a decadal survey is fantastic because it keeps us busy, keeps us, well, out of trouble. But I think the decadal survey in itself should be more enthusiastically brought about to the public as to like, this is what we want.
No one could have more enthusiastically presented this than you. So I really am very, very happy that you brought this.
I would agree.
To the Global Star Party.
Oh, it's a fantastic roadmap, to be sure. And by all means, I realize that it's a complete just wall of text though. But if you really want to just kind of hang out and sit down and go like, oh, you know, this is where they're prioritizing. That's interesting. You could use it as an interesting educational resource. There's also ways to get the previous decadal, and you can compare and contrast. The previous decadal really honed in on the Mars sample return. It honed in on Venus. It also honed in on Neptune. Well, we got 2 out of the 3. Neptune, no longer on this particular list because we lost our window of opportunity to get there with a cheaper trajectory. So Neptune is like quickly out of our grasp at the moment. So Neptune's probably going to have to wait for a little while until it gets to the next decadal. But hooray! At least we have Uranus. So one of the two ice giants. Hey, we're doing good. We just need to prioritize ourselves and just kind of go about like, oh no. Another interesting kind of like hold the breath moment too in that wall of text that I showed too was what missions continue to be funded. This is our way. It's almost like watching if like your favorite show on Netflix just got canceled. It's very much the same similar effect where it's like, oh, my mission just get defunded. Oh no. And so you're kind of holding your breath like, please still be funded. Please still be funded. Please still be funded.
It's like TV Guide to the Universe.
Yeah, very, very much. At least just for the next 10 years. Now, what's interesting is that thankfully, a lot of missions were able to be continued. So New Horizons got continued. Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter got continued. The Mars Sample return, even it's not even really a concrete thing. Funding is still being continued. Great. We did lose one particular instrument though, but I don't recall if it was part of the planetary decadal or it's going to be part of the astrophysics decadal. But this announcement was just made not too long ago. But alas, we are losing the Sophia telescope.
Oh.
Yeah, that beautiful infrared camera in the sky that was on a Boeing 747. We unfortunately don't have enough funding to keep it going. And so it's going through its last round of just proposals for astronomers, and then it's getting decommissioned. So anybody a fan of Sophia out there, send it some love because it's it's gone.
Maybe it could be for sale, and that we could do like a
we'll fly the plane ourselves, Scott. Global Star Party,
astronomers,
formerly known as Sophia, now it's Global Star Party Air.
Oh,
we just need to find a pilot, and we'll just do it ourselves. We'll keep it going. But,
can you imaging at that altitude, though? I mean, you get some beautiful astrophotography.
Yeah, it brings tears to my eyes even thinking about it because there's so much more. I imagine in like a fraction of the time that we take the image through the atmosphere here, it would almost be like pow, and you'd end up getting the same image. And it's like you could get a deeper image with less effort up there, using Sophia. So maybe in the future, see if something, maybe Scott, if you can pull it off, well, GSP Air, we got to do it. But I did want to comment. I was happy to see that the Uranus mission, not Uranus, not all the other pronunciations. I had read somewhere that sometimes if the general public, goes crazy and laughs about they're sticking a probe in Uranus, and that somehow that turns the mission into not funded because it's not taken seriously. I'm glad to see that we somehow got through that, and that there will at least one ice giant, Uranus. For those watching, it's pronounced Uranus. It also has a Uranus, I think. It has an official pronunciation, and I forget what language. But either way, we're glad we get to revisit it. Yeah,
and we
get to revisit it and see those rings again.
Yeah.
That'll be some exciting science. I actually have a question along with that, and then I'll. When do you know, Caitlin, when that particular probe or that mission would be scheduled for?
Oh goodness, probably not until the later part of the decadal. The thing about the decadal is that as long as it's prioritized, even if it hasn't launched yet, it's not like this is a set time limit of like you need to launch within the next 10 years.
Okay.
No. There's no way. But as long as at least someone has the ball rolling and maybe almost to launch within the 10 years, you're safe. You're good. So as long as someone gets the ball rolling within the next 10 years, then we're good.
Yeah. Well, as long as it's on the slate. And
yes,
we're glad you answered our questions. You hear from us lay folks and folks that are just interested in astronomy. What are you doing about asteroids coming in? And you just answered that question beautifully. Scientists do know your concerns. You're going through the process to make it happen. And that's where Global Star Party, perfect place to, those of you who are in the field and you have the answer, translating it to the general public is something like Global Star Party, and it's that's how we do it. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. So really enjoyed the presentation.
Thank you. And yeah, I mean, and this is what I meant too, is that I wish the Decadal was more publicly announced, because I think it would be wonderful for the public to know, like, okay, what are we nerding about for the next 10 years? We're gonna boots on the ground. We want to pick up rock samples on Mars. We want to send a probe to Uranus and maybe a orbital lander on Enceladus. Europa Clipper is doing very well, thankfully. So many of you may not know out there, though. So Europa Clipper actually had some funding issues. Dun, dun, dun. Oh. So thankfully it's on track. Things fine. Yeah. So what happened, though, what many people may not realize is that not every mission goes to its own pocket of money. So there's different tiers, or how we like to call the different pots of gold for the missions. And so poor Europa Clipper was actually trying to salvage bottom of the barrel from the Perseverance rover, which went over budget. So poor Europa Clipper was like, please, sir, may I have some more? Very twist there. So right now it's doing fine. It got back up on its funding. So everything's fine. We're scheduled.
That's good.
For Europa Clipper. So yay.
Yeah. But, I think one challenge becomes, because your enthusiasm shows it, this stuff is exciting. One of the challenges is to take it to a public that may not choose to see it as more exciting than the next football game or their baseball team, and make it, I'm wearing the university, which of course is involved in a lot of astronomy science as well. So, I wish I had taken astronomy. I took computer engineering. I learned about astronomy late in life, but and I think, again, Global Star Party, it's where we're trying to translate so that we can share the importance of what is being done in science. And it's like, it's not just, we're having fun out here. There's some things we're trying to learn that do benefit mankind in the end. It may still be fun. There's nothing wrong with that. We like looking into space. Others like to worry about their problems, but in the end, there may be something important that we end up learning because of it. We learn about our own home planet. So that it's an ongoing battle.
Well said.
And like, I'll talk about sharing that eclipse image with the bowlers that I was at when I get to my section, but definitely worthwhile to hear. All the scientists got that you can pull on the GSP, the better, because we're helping bridge a gap.
Sure.
So thank you again, Caitlin.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Scott, for letting me.
Caitlin, thank you very much. It was
service.
Awesome.
I should say Dr. Ahrens. I give you the title. Dr. Ahrens, you earned, all
absolutely
that earn it, So, all right, back in me.
All right, everyone. Well, what we're going to do now is we're going to take about a 10-minute break or so. So it's time to go get that sandwich or a cup of coffee, take a break, and we're coming back with Marcelo Souza down in Brazil. So stay tuned.
Hey, Tom, really quick, that was a very nice image of Orion That's
Did you
not
see
one you
that?
see every day. I saw it. That's not
You know
one
what
you're gonna
happened was that was done on 2015. I shot it at an ISO of 151 seconds, which was 2 minutes. Well, 2.5 minutes.
Cool.
And what I did was I just went out there and set up my camera, got it polar aligned, and just had the camera just popping off of an image. And just popping off an image. What happened? A cloud front rolled in over it while it was happening, and I didn't know it. So as I was going through my pictures, when I uploaded them, I was scanning. So I said, "Oh my God, man! The clouds ruined all of them, right?" But see, the clouds did ruin all because part of the constellation was visible and part of it wasn't.
Yeah.
So as I was scanning through there, I ran into this one somewhere in the middle where you could see the whole constellation, all the stars, and the clouds at the same time, and it made you feel like you were living in a fishbowl. You know what I mean?
Or in the middle of fire. You're
Yes,
looking up
yes.
and you're the middle of your house on fire.
I was like, oh my God, look at this image. I mean, and the one after that was bad. All of them were bad except for just
Just
this
that one
right?
image.
Yeah, so I popped it off into Photoshop and started processing, and I went, holy God, look at the colors. You know what I mean? It was just insane. It was just like I was telling him, it's a one in a lifetime shot that will never happen again. That shot will never happen again. You know?
You get a few of those, and you cherish them for even having tried. The first step is, we'll try it, and we'll see.
And you wasn't even trying to get it; it just came knocking on your own door,
out.
right? It came out
Absolutely.
of nowhere. Yeah, that was. So Scott did share that. Yeah, I went offline. What happened is my brother came in here, and I forgot that everybody was listening to me, and I was talking. I said, "Oh my God, I got to! They're hearing our conversation over here." So I shut it down, right?
Yeah.
So I guess Scott did share that image with him before he. I really wanted him to see that because his shot, it's so reminiscent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have it, and so Scott's sharing the YouTube crowd, so we'll leave that up. But I'll lead off with that shot, Tom, and I'll give you the credit when I get to my presentation. I don't have a lot, but I will be happy to share that image leading into some of the images that I'll share with my presentation, because it's
nature. And when you look at that image and you see several different images of it, of how you look at it from a different perspective, even under looking at it through the clouds, it gives you a perspective of who you are and how fragile you are, man. You're just living on this little ball of dust. And we're arguing about.
Yeah, sometimes I think that humility is important.
Yeah, we're all arguing about the stupidest of things. I mean,
we as human beings don't always get it right, but we sometimes we don't have much of an option, because we sort of live in our own head sometimes. You see, so being in Vegas, you really see that. You realize that someone's reality only goes as far as what they see through their own eyes. Anything else may not matter.
Oh my God, you hit on something. Their reality is what they have experienced. And if they haven't experienced the, what's the word I want to say here?
I don't know, just seeing something different and accepting that there's something else out there. And I think that's part of the reason I struggle with kind of let's just focus on what's here on Earth, is that if you only pay attention to what's right in front of you, you miss everything else that could be going on around you.
Going on.
Right. There's a lot more. There's a lot more to, those of us who are lay scientists, but may have, I have a computer engineering background. We both, you and I, Tom, we know how to take a camera and point it at space. So we know how to collect data. It may take a scientist to look at it and say, hey, you captured this, and we may not even realize it. Like just like you didn't realize it until you looked at your data and you saw that image and said, wow, I didn't know I was going to capture it.
Yeah, I threw even the images that were good that I could have used in another image that didn't have clouds. That image alone didn't compare to the other ones, so I threw the other ones away too. Right.
Right.
I just kept the one because of the moment of what it pictured in my mind when I looked at it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And then when I went and processed it, I went, man, my vision just came. My vision of what this image should have looked like came right out in the processing as well.
Yeah, you know? That's a one when you get the look you're looking for.
Well,
that's
when
a
you connect,
thing.
Well, see, you have to connect with those pixels.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
That becomes the ultimate challenge, and
yeah,
you know.
Well, what I was going to say is, here's the word: when you do astronomy. I've been doing astronomy since I was 7 years old, so I look at the world completely different than other people do. Yeah. I don't see all the arguments that we have. I mean, I don't understand. Why don't we just love each other for the understanding that we're lucky enough to even be here on this place, you know?
And I think that's exactly why I gravitate towards astronomy as well. And why it was worth it for me.
Because there's a community of us, and we don't care where you come from, who you are. If you've got the dream, you're a part of the group, man.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many numbers. There's a number of different communities that are out there, and you know, the astronomy community in general. You know, it's definitely one of inclusion. It can be one of, you know, my equipment allows me to do this. Isn't this cool? We have our group of those who are, you know, very good at pointing out, you know, how good their picture is because of what they use. But for the most part, our community learns from each other, and we enjoy seeing each other's work. We push ourselves to see what we can do better. And, you know, we come to Global Star Party and we read these wonderful comments. The comments from all of you that are showing up, keep those going. You all, you know, are an invaluable part. And Global Star Party is what it is because everybody's out there watching. And on occasion, I know a few will wind up joining in.
That same enlightenment that I'm talking about to the masses that log on and see this stuff, and it gives them a different opportunity to see the world differently, you know?
Yeah, and I think it's very important. I'll bring out, you know, Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson decided to send a tweet that sort of set a lot of people on fire. Considering the total lunar eclipse as uninteresting, you know, that you know, it's got to be, you know, it has to be one of the most uninteresting things to take place. And some would agree because they'd say the common person wouldn't even notice it was happening unless they looked up. But others were so fired up about that comment, they're saying, how dare you say something like that when, you know, such a happening makes for a great outreach thing. You show people and they look and go, wait, the moon's not supposed to be that color. What's going on? So there are a lot of different views, even in our community, depending on how long, like you said, Tom, you've been an astronomer, you've been doing astronomy all your life. And it never
half-inch reflector, you know?
Yeah. And it never, and see you in the chat, even those of you in the chat are not so cool about a comment like that. You know, I like, Tom, the fact that even though you've done a lot of astronomy, it never ceases to amaze you. I feel that if we get to a point where we feel like we've seen a lot and that the universe is ours, we'll lose track of it, and then we can no longer be amazed by even the simple thing. So I think we have to be careful.
I think, and I fear that's the reason why we have so many.
think you're breaking up, Tom.
Can't hear you, Scott. Turn on your volume.
There we go. How about that? Thanks for hanging in there with us on our break. You're watching the 94th Global Star Party with the theme of transformation. Up next is Marcelo Souza, who actually joined us also from last Sunday's Lunar Eclipse program. He was down there with a huge audience of people that was watching the eclipse on an outreach event that he was hosting, and he showed us what it was like to see the eclipse from Brazil. So another thing I'll mention about Marcelo Souza is he is the senior editor of Skies Up magazine, and he's an inspiring professor of astronomy and has devoted his life to outreach in astronomy and working a lot with youth. So thank you, Marcelo, for coming on today. I know that you must be a little tired after...
Hi, nice to meet all of you. Thank you very much, Scott, for the invitation. And it's a great pleasure to participate. Now, I will show what happened as from Sunday to Monday here. We organized the biggest events here in Brazil. We organized the observation of the total lunar eclipse in 6 cities at the same time. And we had the participation of more than 300 people. And here in Brazil, it happened after almost 11:30 p.m. Then most of them happened in the period that people were sleeping or preparing to go to work in the morning. Then we finished the observation at 3 a.m. and we had a lot of people with us in the public square that organized the events. Wow. I will share here my screen to show what happened, because we have the report sent by it was shown in our TV. Something is different from you, Scott. On a moment.
Audio when we have it. He said go. I don't know, we're muted. Hang on.
I'm trying to share my screen, but I can't see my screen now. What's happening? Something is different. I don't know what I did.
Your screen button not working, Marcelo?
No, I tried to share the screen, but
there it goes. It just may be taking time.
Okay, now it.
Yep, it was working.
No, it's not working. Let me see if you can. I'm sharing my screen. I can't see.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, let me. And now the presentation. Okay. Here. Here the total lunar eclipse. Here, this is an image taken by one of the members of our astronomy club, Casey, during the eclipse. And we have, before the eclipse, only a little history about what we did here. Before the eclipse, we participated in many radio channels here in our region, and one TV channel showed the preparation for the eclipse, and this was the report that they showed in this was preparation, and we recorded at my university all the preparation for the eclipse, and many people in our city was talking about the eclipse. Many people tried the image from NASA and you had the opportunity to show many things here. I thought to go fast here. Then using, they talk with the people in the streets to know if what they were waiting for the eclipse observation. And this was the main, this is the main square, public square of our city, and the place where we organize the activity, the eclipse observation of our city. Now I will show, because it's a long report, and these are the images from the public square. This image was taken 1 a.m. And a lot of people in the
1 a.m.
1 a.m. And I arrived at the public square at 10:30 p.m. Then we could see the moon, and it was clear in the direction of the moon. When we finished the mounted all the telescopes, when we finished to organize the telescopes, the sky was totally cloudy. Then it stayed totally cloudy for 1 hour and a half. Then until midnight and 30 minutes, it was totally cloudy. And everybody stayed at the public square waiting for a better moment to see the eclipse. Here are the images of the people waiting for the observation of the eclipse. A lot of people, at this moment, the moon appeared. The moon appeared 15 minutes before 1 a.m. It was in the total eclipse. And here you can see the people. And now I will show the report that we had the participation of a journalist of a Brazilian TV channel that was with us during all the moments. Here, this was the report. Here is the moon. Midnight and 30 minutes, we were concerned because we couldn't see the moon. I was telling the history that it was clear, and then we used the apps to show the moon for the people that was there. And this was, she was with us, and she saw the images sent by her daughter that was in another state, that she was seeing the moon, and she was showing the image that her daughter sent it to her. Another group that was there since the beginning of the activity. He's saying that it's the first time that he has the opportunity to see your telescope here, Scott.
Thank you.
Here's the moon. We announced now is the moon. Now you can see the moon. Everybody begins to clap. And I had the opportunity to give a public class in the public square. Everybody was very happy to see the eclipse. For most of them, it was the first time that they saw the eclipse of the total lunar eclipse. Here is schedule that took the pictures. Here is the image. And many people, here was the transmission made by Chile, by the observatory in Chile that they used to during the eclipse. Here are images taken by this guy that it was the first time that also he was participating in an observation of a total lunar eclipse. And in this public square, we had more than 150 people during audio eclipse observation. This was a report. Here, an image that this is what we saw from the public square. And here is our group. This is the team of our group that was at the public square. We had 4 telescopes there. And now I will show the images of the other place where you organize the observation. This is in this public square. Here in a school in another city that we called São Fidélis, our city's campus. Another group that was near the coast in the city of São João da Barra, another city. Here a group and another different city that's Cardoso Moreira. They were waiting for the moment of the eclipse. Here another group in the same place near the coast in a different location in the city of São João da Barra. Here in near the forest, that is Santa Maria Madalena, at where we have the first dark sky park of Latin America. This is the entrance of the dark sky park. They were also there with a telescope. We used the 12 telescopes to make the observation of eclipse in 9 different places. Here the image at the main square. And the next opportunity that we have here will only happen in 2025. And next year, we have the opportunity to see a partial solar eclipse in our city. And you can see in United States, and you will see in the north region of Brazil, also the annular eclipse of the sun. And here's the region in Brazil, in the north, that we organize a group to travel to this region. And here how we will see the eclipse in 2023 from our city. That's it. And the next one is only on 2025 March that you can see the eclipse. Also will be very late for us. Then this was our event, and I received the information that it was one of the biggest public events in the world of the observation of the eclipse. We had the groups in 9 places, but only in 7 places that they had the opportunity to observe the eclipse. And in total, we had the participation of 300 people until 3 a.m. It was fantastic, because I didn't imagine that I will meet so many people at this time. We asked the support of the police. They were there with us, but it's something that was fantastic for me. So many people, and also because it was totally clouds, and they stayed there waiting the moment to see the moon. That was also it showed that they was very motivated to see the eclipse. And this is my report. Thank you very much, Scott, for the invitation.
Thank you so
nice
much.
to meet all of you.
Thank you so much. That's great. wonderful outreach presentation, and Marcelo, you're an amazing individual for putting together all of this. I noticed my camera went out of focus here. Anyways, thanks again, Marcelo. And up next, we have Bob Fugate. Bob has started to become somewhat of a regular on Global Star Party, sharing his amazing astrophotography and his knowledge about taking images of the night sky. Bob, thank you for coming on again to the 94th, this 94th Global Star Party. It's awesome.
Okay, thank you, Scott. It's great to be here, and I took a trip down to a small town called Decadal, New Mexico, for the eclipse, and I thought I'd give a report on that.
Sure.
So let me share my screen and see how this goes.
Which total lunar eclipse was this?
This was 2019.
Okay.
And this was kind of what inspired me to make a plan for what I was going to do this year. This was kind of an unusual condition, though, because there was really high altitude subvisual cirrus. It had been cloudy earlier in the evening, which mostly cleared out, but the cirrus remained. But it's not the kind of cirrus you can see. It's called subvisual cirrus. And what it does, though, is it kind of bloats the stars. And you know, some people actually buy something to put on their camera to do that. This was being done naturally, and but it has kind of an interesting effect because it spreads the stars out, makes them more uniform color, makes them bigger so you can see them in the constellations. And so I had been shooting the eclipse with a telescope. I showed you some of those images, I think, last time. And but when you're in a dark place and the eclipse happens, the stars come out, right? And it's just an amazing transformation. And so you're just dumbfounded. You're struck with that awesome sight. And there it was, the eclipsed moon hanging out in the cosmos. I mean, so I tried to take a wide field shot, and this is a composite. The wide field was 30-second exposures, and I did a stack of a half a dozen or so. And the moon is a much shorter exposure, a few seconds. And when it's eclipsed, it's only a few seconds. So anyway, that was the inspiration for what I wanted to do next. And I wanted a wide field shot like this, but since the moon was going to be lower, I was hoping to get the landscape in it. And so this is Sky Safari. And the blue box here is a 20 millimeter lens on my full frame sensor. The moon is over here. And this is toward the end of the totality, even though the graphic in Sky Safari at this scale doesn't show it right, it's still total here. And the Milky Way would have risen this far. So I was hoping that this would make a great shot. And
Bob, I wanted that same shot, but I had to be in Vegas and there was no chance of me getting it. So I kind of know where you're going with this, and I'm excited to see what you got.
Okay, well, I'll tell you now, I didn't get it. I
had to mute myself because I almost swore. I'm sorry. I hope you would have gotten that shot.
I have an excuse, but it's kind of lame. Okay, so now the other thing, my other objective though, was to, in the dark sky, was to get a shot like this. And this is this box is a 100 millimeter lens on a full frame sensor. And this is Antares and Rho Ophiuchi, and here's the Blue Horsehead Nebula over here. There's some other nebulosity here. There's M4, the globular cluster here. So it's a really interesting area. And it would be so cool to get the eclipsed moon in this dark sky with these objects. So my location was near the 2019. Here's where I was. I don't know if you can see this on the map. This is a Google Earth shot. In the upper right corner here, if you can see my cursor, that's where I took the 2019 shot. That's the observatory run by John Briggs. And this is the location of the Lyceum, his museum of astronomical history, basically. And then about 60 miles down the road is Decadal. And a ways down Route 12 is the site that was set up for this eclipse. This is actually a friend's property. And so the plan was, and if you can see it on the map, this is the VLA. These are the three legs of the VLA, the one that runs north, and the one that runs southeast, and the one that runs southwest.
Mm-hmm.
And so hopefully you can see that on the graphic. And then these lines represent plans for shots. This is Mount Withington here. This is over 10,000 feet. The site here is at about 8,000 feet. But the problem is there's a large fire here.
Mm.
It's the Bear Trap fire. It's been burning a few weeks. It's now at 12,000 acres. Or 13,000 acres. And generally the wind has been carrying the plume off to the northeast. You know, the wind comes mostly out of the southwest and off to the northeast until Sunday, at which time the wind decided to shift more out of the south and the southeast, and it just filled up this valley with smoke. So a very unfortunate situation. Of course, these fires we have in New Mexico right now are extremely sad. I mean, the big fire up north is now 1/4 the size of the state of Delaware.
Wow.
And it's over 300,000 acres. There are almost 2,100 firefighters working on it. It's only 26% contained as of today. There are 3,820 homes under forced evacuation. It's burned up hundreds and hundreds of buildings. So it's just a real disaster. Any rate, so I didn't realize that the wind had changed until I got there and started setting up. And now I'm at that location and I'm looking in this direction is where the moon would rise. This is all smoke here. I could not see Mount Withington at all, which is normally quite visible. And but let me tell you quickly what my plan was. I had two cameras on an equatorial mount. This is an old Skywatcher NEQ6 mount. And I had one on a fixed tripod, one camera there, and I had a Skywatcher Star Adventurer mount here, and I had another camera with a wide angle lens. So what I wanted to do was a tracked shot wide angle with this camera. This camera currently in this photo has a long lens on it, but I switched that out to a wide lens just to shoot a time lapse, a non-moving time lapse. I had a little tripod set up here in case I wanted to put my iPhone on it. the idea here then were the long lens here is a 400 millimeter f2.8 with a 2x extender on it, which makes it 800 millimeters at f5.6. I'll show a couple of pictures from that. I just thought I better have a long lens to try to, you know, if this eclipse is really dark, it would be good to have some nice shots of the eclipse close up. And this is a 105 millimeter f1.4 Sigma Art lens. And this is the one I was going to use to shoot around Antares. So I have one more shot from the back here. Let me just say that the way I set this up was the 800 millimeter equivalent was bolted on a mounting plate, not movable. And so in order to bore sight the other camera, I put it on a Wimberley gimbal. And this is very, very sturdy, very solid. And most of these things here I use for shooting birds. So it came in handy for a setup like this. And the great thing about the Sigma Art lens is the mount that it's in allows you to rotate the camera. So you can compose your shot. You know, you have that extra axis of freedom so that you can do rotation. And the same thing with this mount. This is a Nikon. No, this is another Wimberley mount. I'm sorry, it's a Wimberley foot, but it's a Nikon lens mount. And so I can also rotate this camera. So I have the necessary degrees of freedom to do compositions. So near sunset, looking a little further south, this is what the scene looks like. This is actually a fire in the Gila, which is quite a ways south of where I was, but I could see this smoke coming up, you know, very rapidly here. And I'm not sure, this is a new fire. I'm not sure what the extent of that is at the moment. Now, maybe I didn't point it out, but in one of those other pictures, you can actually see two of the antennas of the VLA in the plains down here. But at any rate, so darkness occurred and the moon came up, but we didn't see it because it was behind all that smoke. And eventually, when it got high enough, already partially eclipsed, this was the first view we had of the moon. So all of this stuff you see in the top part of the picture is smoke. And this is actually the ground. The wow. Camera is kind of tilted here. This is a shot made through the 100 millimeter lens. But the moon, the illuminated part here, which would normally be very bright and light colored, was totally red because of the smoke. And even redder was this little band here. So this was the 100 millimeter shot. Here is the 800 millimeter shot. Again, some of this is maybe smoke, I don't know, but eventually the moon got sort of out of the smoke, but never ever really got out of it. And here is a single exposure at 1/60th of a second that was not just below saturation on the bright side and quite a bit pumped up here. And I think the moon kind of looks yellowish here because of the smoke. So, but it's kind of cool looking.
It's beautiful.
So after total eclipse started, I got this shot through the 800 millimeter setup. And you'll remember, I I'm sorry, I've forgotten his name. Conrad? No.
Conal.
Conal. He talked about those 3 stars. You can see in this picture, the moon is shifted with respect to those 3 stars. In his picture, they were more lined up on the middle star, which is actually a double star. And I don't suspect that you can actually see both stars in this picture, but I don't suspect that you can see that on the video. And this is a brighter star here, HR something, and I should have had these. I think most people know what they are, but there's quite a few stars in the picture here, and so I got quite a few shots similar to this. And in my location, this star was occulted. This one just barely missed being so. So then how did I do on the 100 millimeter shot? Early on, I had it horizontal. This is a 30-second exposure. Here's the moon blown out, of course. Here's, this is light from the fires. So this is at an angle, it's not horizontal. These 2 stars are imagine a 3rd star over here. So this is the top part of the Scorpion. Antares is down here. So not looking so good. So here was, to remind you, this is what I was hoping to get. This is the best I got. Here's the moon. You might actually be able to see a very faint vestige of the blue horsehead here, and very faintly Rho Ophiuchi cloud here. You can see the globular cluster M4, and this is Antares. Everything below that is pretty much obscured. Now I do have about 30 of these. So I have actually, what I was shooting was brackets on an interval with the internal interval timer. So I would shoot several different exposures at each interval, and then every minute I would shoot those exposures again, so that I can try to combine these in something that, you know, looks decent. But I don't think it's going to work very well because I just don't have, you know, a clear sky here. But the sky is very dark here. And you can see this is a 15-second exposure, by the way. So even in 15 seconds, as they say, it's full of stars. So then the wide angle shots that I had sitting on the small tripods, here is the 20 millimeter shot.
Wow.
So this is the Bear Trap Fire, which is about 30 miles away. And you can see the light reflected off the smoke plume. All of this is smoke. And so it's kind of an interesting picture. It's not something you normally see in an eclipsed moonshot, is a wildfire going on underneath. Here's the eclipsed moon. This was near the peak of the totality. And then here is a 40 millimeter shot, which gets you much closer. And you can see the extent of the fire here. So that's all I had.
Yeah, that's great though. It's great. It's sad to know that this fire has just really gotten so out of control. Did it start as like a controlled burn or something, or
not? The fire at Bear Trap, no. They're still investigating the cause of that fire. The fire up north, the big fire, was the result of a controlled burn that got out of control.
Yeah.
It was the result of an uncontrolled burn, so to speak. I mean, it's a tragedy. I mean,
yes,
you know, the wind came up. I don't know why they didn't have the proper prediction about what the wind was going to be, but it just got out of control, and it's now the largest fire in the state history.
Goodness.
So it's terrible.
Goodness. Well, Bob, I hopefully you stay in a safe location, and you know, and that fire can get under control somehow quickly. So, yeah.
Yeah, sad to hear, but it still made for some amazing imagery of the eclipsed moon over all of that. So it's so the planning didn't go for naught, and it got something.
Well, you know the old saying, when you've got lemons, make lemonade.
Yeah, well,
right.
Or when you're given lemons, make lemonade.
Right.
That's what I tried to do here.
Well, you're doing an excellent job. For sure.
Yeah, I was given grapefruit and bowling balls, so I had to try and make lemonade out of that. And well, you'll see my efforts soon. It was unexpected because I thought I'd have zero shot and that I'd have to be in another room before we got going, but as it turns out, I had the time wrong by an hour. And so I had 25 minutes to get what I could get. Then I saw that it was cloudy. And I go, I'm going to go anyways. Maybe it'll appear out of the clouds. I got to take a shot.
Yeah.
And I got what I could get. But yeah, those are all, especially the 100 millimeter one was beautiful. Even if you couldn't get all the nebula that you were looking for in there, I think you did get something. So,
yeah, I shared Bob Fugate's website on and his astrophotography page, but it's definitely worth taking a look at. The images are stunning. So, we have a lot of great astrophotographers here, and our next speaker, of course, is Adrian Bradley, who shares his Nightscapes with us, but also throws in an occasional bird photograph, which I always love to see. So I'll turn it over to you, Adrian.
All right. Well, I need to share my screen because I need to go find one of those bird photos. My theme was basically trying to shoot the lunar eclipse when you promised somebody that you would bowl. So let's where do we start? Conal had a presentation talking about clouds. Let me see. First, I want to share from Tom Pickett, who's on there. He shared this image that he had been talking about, those of you following along. And this is the image that he got with cloud cover, and he liked it. You know, it gives sort of an imagery of standing in the fire while looking at Orion. Now, of course, if you go with what we've seen from Bob Fugate and his images, we're not so sure this is you may look at this and go, it's kind of a sad but true depiction of what some people's skies are like right now with the fires. And so it's there is something here apropos with this image, maybe not so much for those who have lost homes and lives. It's almost kind of it takes on a lot of different meanings depending on how you look at it. And so that's an image that was shared. My one and only lucky image with moon in the clouds was this image, and this came from Conal showing his beautiful shot of the eclipsed moon with clouds. He reminded me of I have not really been able to duplicate a shot like this, and I haven't been able to improve upon it with a rising moon. There's some things that I'd love to be able to improve upon as far as imagery with clouds. So definitely something for me to work on. Let's see so here we are, we're in Vegas. So I'm going to, this is what I was shooting instead. Bowlers bowling, fingers coming just out of the bowling ball. This gentleman had a great time. This is a friend of mine. He did great at the tournament, and it was nice to see. The all events leader at this tournament is this gentleman rolling the ball. Not much to do with astrophotography, but when the skies are cloudy and you're stuck inside the bowling center, you gotta take your camera and shoot at something. There was also a rodeo going on. So instead of the typical birds, Scott, you're gonna get the horses and the riders. So there was a picture. I kind of found a behind the scenes nook where they were walking and training the horses. And so I took some pictures. That's one of them that I got a chance to take. This was my view outside of my hotel window. Not the best view, but it has a sort of moodiness to it. You see the mountains that we're kind of surrounded by in Vegas. Those come in handy later. My boss's boss. Notice the difference between the accomplished bowlers and then us. Here we are trying to bowl. Here's yours truly trying to throw a bowling ball. So now's your chance to laugh as much as you want. That's me trying to roll. I don't remember what I got this frame, but
looks like a strike to me.
Yeah, I think that the ball's still in the air. So someone captured it for me. This team did pretty well, and they let me take their photo. I'll have to straighten it out, but yeah, teams come to bowl these open championships. So now, at some point, there was an opportunity to try and catch an eclipse. This was one of the shots I had the last eclipse, where I was able to plan and shoot in clear skies. And I did a composite of a shot where I have the Pleiades here, and then I have the moon to scale plopped in here. And that was the best that I could do for that particular image. Where I was, it wasn't as dark as where Bob was when he was able to take his photo. But that was one of the shots I was able to get last time. So the question was, what was I going to be able to get this time? I rushed out to the roof, and when I got there, I noticed that the moon was peeking through the clouds, and I hurried to try to get a shot. Well, the moon started to drift back into the clouds. It was at a partial eclipse phase at this point, so there isn't much detail there at all. I saw it, but then when I put the camera down to try and shoot it, I didn't have a tripod, so I had to try and set it on a bag. This is the soupy sky that I'm shooting at, and there's smoke rising in front of me. So I've got all of this. You can barely see mountains and a cell tower. So this is the environment that I'm trying to get some sort of magical shot of an eclipsed moon that you can't even see. And there's dust on my sensor. Kind of sets the stage for an impossible situation. Well, as it would happen, I got a chance to see some of the eclipsed moon. Here it is here, peeking through, and you can see some of the mountains. This is similar to the shot that I shared, or that was shared by Karim during the Global Star Party where they had the Lunar Eclipse. I'll see if I have the one that was a little bit better. I don't think I downloaded it here. This is a little closer up and represents pretty well what I saw, minus some of the details or the contrast. The eclipsed moon was dipping behind the clouds again, and you have the mountains here, and you have the lights of Vegas and the rooftop South Point Casino where I was bowling. So this was around minute 24 of 25, where I basically took the type of shot that I could get, and then I just sort of left it at that. I do believe I have one other shot. Let's go find it. I think it's around here. I'll see if I can do it quickly. Otherwise, I'll just, let's see. So it would be in this range here. 20. I thought I unloaded it, but apparently I didn't. Of course, I do still have some other images of fabulous Las Vegas, but the image I'm looking for is this one, where I don't know if there's a way to, it might be a way to do that. Yeah, this image was this is the one that I know got sent in. It had escaped the clouds enough to see enough detail. And if I zoom way in, you'll see that it's all pixelated, but taken at a distance, this is essentially what I was able to get. And in fact, if I were to, I can do a quick little edit here. I would crop out probably a lot of this because there's just not much to see here. Maybe crop it out some and then bring this over. And you end up with a shot like this, where you've got the eclipse moon. This was all I could see of the eclipse, but I was able to see something, and it made me happy that I was able to. I shared this image with a bunch of different bowlers, and they stopped. They said, "Wow, I didn't know what was going on," or some that knew I was trying to capture the eclipse.
Right.
Happy that I got something, and I was out here doing outreach at the bowling alley, saying, "Yeah, this is going on right now out there." And a few people stopped and looked and said, that's pretty cool, or, you know, that's amazing. For most bowlers, all they're worried about is whether they're going to do well. And here I was able to give a few of them an opportunity to see that something else was going on, rather interesting. And a lot of them, I don't think I had a couple of bowlers that were more concerned about their bracket money, but by and large, most people would stop and ask questions. So I got a brief chance to do some astronomy outreach before going out there and bowling, and I left a few pins. Didn't bowl as well as I would like, but I still had a pretty good time. Took a lot of pictures there too. So I will leave you all with this shot, and you know, even if you can plan, you can take better shots, but even if you can't plan, you know, you just have to do the best you can with what you've got. And then hopefully in post edit, you can clean it up a little bit, and then you can share it. And, you know, then you can, well, you see what you have. I'm going to get rid of some of these things. And you never know, you may wind up with a decent enough photo to share, and at least you have the memory of trying. It's never good enough for me to say that well, it's too cloudy, I can't, you know, I'm not going to be able to see much, there isn't anything really I can do, I'm just gonna not do it at all. When I realized I had an opportunity, I went ahead and I took it. Yeah. And I did the best that I could. Yeah. I'm cleaning up the image as we go. As I get ready to turn it back over to Scott and to our next presenter. And actually I want to go this way with it, because then the mountains come out a little bit. And there we go. Best I can do for the 2022, May 2022 lunar eclipse. Looking forward to seeing the, hopefully being able to see the next one in November and be able to plan for it. I did want to shoot it in a darker place, knowing the Milky Way was going to rise, and I believe it was going to be up even higher than where you were, Bob. It was going to be high enough, and I was going to try and take the shot over. I'll real quickly share one more time. One of the images that I actually did have, that I put in this folder. Let's see. Oh, cancel this. This is doing something different. Here we go. One of the images that I took when I got a chance to go out here in Alcona County was this Milky Way image right here. And the moon, the eclipse moon, if you place it, was going to be over here somewhere or in here. And I would be able to reshoot a scene like this with the eclipse moon hanging out or sitting right over here. Or I could do something where I don't think it would have been eclipsed at this point. The Milky Way is a little high up, but as it rises, and I think somewhere I have a rising, if you can imagine the rising picture of the Milky Way with coming up and then the eclipse moon ahead of it, that was the image I wanted to take, but I had already agreed to a trip out west. And as it turns out, where I would have gone, it would have been raining or extreme cloud, and I wouldn't have seen it at all. So I'm okay with the fact that I didn't quite get my shot at it, but I was looking forward to having an image, something like this with the eclipsed moon. That was going to be my attempt. Didn't work out that way, but it didn't stop me from getting what I could get. So that's it.
Trying. You have to keep trying.
You have to, like you said, Bob. If you have lemons, you make lemonade. Sometimes you're handed grapefruit and salt, and whatever you make with that, you do the best you can, but you never give up. And that was my attempt at getting something in it. I felt it felt good just to be able to see it, let alone take a picture of it. It felt good just to say, okay, there's the moon, there it is, it's eclipsed. I'm one of many around the globe that are able to see it at this time. I didn't have to be shut out after all. So I was able to do that and bowl. So it wasn't a total loss, and I didn't bowl terrible, but it's been a while since I was really good at it. I wasn't doing any photography, and I wasn't doing much astronomy at the time, either. So there are some trade-offs in life, and that's the one that I'm taking. So with that, back to you, Scott.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Thanks a lot. One of the, I had asked different people what their impressions of the eclipse was, and so I reached out to 9-year-old Nicolina, who's been on Global Star Party, like in the chat, and I've had her on a live program before. She only speaks Portuguese. She's down in Brazil. She is recognized as being the youngest research astronomer. She studies asteroids, and she's got several candidate asteroids right now waiting to be confirmed. But I'm going to post her response. I said, "Hi, Nicolina, how was the eclipse for you?" She said, "It was amazing. I cried with emotion. It was my first total lunar eclipse." So I think that's great to have something like that impact you at such a young age. And anyways, up next is is Jon Schwartz. Jon is a longtime friend. He is a very enthusiastic amateur astronomer. He's an artist, and tonight he's going to share some of his artwork and some of his experience with you. So, Jon, thanks for coming on to Global Star Party.
Good evening, everybody.
You're out in California, so it's still light out there.
Yes, it is. It's clear too.
Yep, awesome.
Had some nice weather. We did get a good look at the eclipse. Unfortunately, I set up in the wrong area and I didn't get to use my telescopes. My daughter tells me, "Dad, look, quick, the eclipse." And I go, "What?" I spent like 4 hours setting up 2 rigs and that's what happened. So I had to run and get my 16 by 70 Fujinons and find the tripod and the bracket, and I barely made it. But I did one image because everybody is showing the eclipse. I'd like to show mine. So this image was taken through my cell phone, IP projected, and I did a little processing like Adrian was saying, you clean them up. This is the best I could do with Photoshop Express, and everything I do is done on my cell phone. So this is all done on the cell phone.
That's very cool.
My best result.
Very impressive.
I appreciate that. You know, it wasn't what I wanted, but it was better than nothing. And so I've been able to share, you know, with a few people. I showed my mom and my family. They were pretty interested.
Well, now you're sharing it with the world, so that's cool.
Yes, it's wonderful. I really love doing the moon. It's one of my favorite things, you know, because it's easy with light pollution to work and see. And you can see some amazing details with all the different lighting on the craters. And I just recently started doing crater images, and I do a lot of posting in Cloudy Night sketching forums. That's where I show a lot of my work. But tonight we're going global. So this is very exciting, and I'm honored to be here with all of you gentlemen and ladies, everybody who's been posting their beautiful work. And those fire moon shots were amazing. I mean, to be able to at least get something out of nothing it's a testament to your ability to just stay at it, not give up.
That's right.
It's excellent work. And I know mine isn't probably one of the best, but it's better than nothing. So we'll go ahead.
Jon, you're showing a number of different images here.
Yes.
Where do you want to start?
Well, I'm going to start with the lunar. So let's start with Keys Crater. Okay. Now there's also another mega dome volcano near there, which they recently, a few years back, had said that they classified it as a megadome, but that's Keys Crater. This is an actual sketch from a view through my 24-inch Newtonian that I drew.
We're not seeing individual shots. We're just seeing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just clicked on my screen to. Give me a second.
We can see your mouse.
I'm a little green on the edges. It says new share. Okay, there. Keys. No, that's Keys Crater. Yeah.
There we go.
Now we see it.
This is a drawing.
Yeah, this is it done on my cell phone. And
it's beautiful.
It was originally a sketch, and then I bring it in and I use Photoshop Express, which is a free program, and then I flip it back and forth with Samsung Photo Editor to do the actual painting and highlighting. And the Express gives me some filter abilities and some different abilities, but in unison I'm able to create some amazing work. I'm just really happy.
It's inspiring, Jon.
Yeah, and it's all free programs, and it's all done on my cell phone.
Wow.
You know, I take a picture of the sketch and then I go to work. I mean,
yeah,
some of these take days because I'm never happy, and I just keep tweaking them, you know, until I get the best result. So I love this one because if you look at Keys in the dome, it looks like a guy with, you know, and like he has some kind of apparatus like near his mouth. It's pretty cool. There's just always hidden images in there, you know, that I love.
Right.
Okay, so let's move to the next one.
Now, John, you come from like an artistic family too, isn't
Yes.
that right?
Yeah, you know, when I was a kid, at 6 years old, my father bought me my first oil paint kit. And I painted an eagle because we live in a great country, but that's not why.
Yeah.
I just loved eagles, you know, bald eagles. And
Yeah.
so I painted the eagle, and, you know, I was hooked at an early age, and I would always draw, and I had a sketchbook. And, you know, over the years, I've kind of gotten away from it. I did a few commissions, spent a lot of time, and the people didn't want to compensate me for the time. So it just kind of took away the passion part of my painting. And sometimes when you mix business with pleasure, it kind of puts a bad taste on it. So I've always had the gift. I just kind of got away from it. And then when my father passed away a few years back, I needed something. And I started to do a merger of my astronomy. As you know, all the work you set up and then you get squashed by clouds or bad seeing and fires. I mean, it's just a tough hobby. And but when you love it, you just don't give up. So
that's right.
This reignited both of my passions into one. And now I'm really enjoying all of this together. And it's like I've never had this much fun with the hobby and my art together.
That's great
So
stuff.
it's just wonderful. So I'll move over to Gassendi Crater. We have to get back to screen sharing here. Down, I think the green one. There you go. So let's go Gassendi.
This guy here?
Yeah. Okay.
Let me do a new share.
Yeah.
There you go.
So this is Gassendi Crater. Now I used 2 telescopes to achieve this. And Scott, I want to tell you, that 6-inch, it's a killer. Now I use this scope for my lunar and solar work a lot. I also use an exceptionally good C9¼ to get some of the finer, you know, resolution on the details. But this is also an kind of an eyepiece sketch. And then I bring it in and I work on it, you know, for days till I get it as good as I can.
That is incredibly detailed.
Thank you.
The shading.
Yeah, I went with some blue, the cool blue of the, you know, because it's very cold there.
Yeah.
And
right.
I just love the moon. I mean, I've been looking at these guys in cloudy nights, and there's some amazing artists there. You know, these guys aren't trained artists. They're just die-hard astronomers, eyepiece astronomers. And, you know, it's a different beast. I mean, those guys really sparked and inspired my passion to start doing craters because, you know, it's a little competitive. I want to portray the best work I can, and I'm working with some of the best guys sketching.
What you're portraying right here is so inspiring looking. It really is. You know.
Thank you.
So,
it's
a
done
lot of
on
drama, a lot of it just sort of leaps out at you. It's really
thank
cool.
you. You know, composition, you have to get the right swath and the shape of the actual portrayal, you know, because you're not going to do the whole moon. So you have to create a nice, comfortable shape that has character. So I'll play with 10 different renditions and shapes till I find the one I really like. So let's move forward again. This one I'm really proud of, Archimedes. This is, I'm telling you, this
now,
one
are
was
we on
tough.
a different image right now, or the same?
Yeah, we're moving on to.
Oh, look at
this.
This
Is called Archimedes.
Wow.
Now, some of the stuff I do hidden connotations, hidden imagery, like Salvador Dali.
Okay.
So if you look inside the crater floor, you can almost see like a skull, and with like teeth and a nose and an eye. So I'd like to play with these images and do a little hidden stuff in there. But this was done with the 24-inch again. And it's an f4.666, not to be confused, but just happened to be that focal ratio. Very sharp telescope. And I spent 5 different tries to get this like this. So it was a lot of work. But I'm very happy with the result. You know, the crater floor has some neat craters in there, and the crater wall, the rim, it just kind of floats. It's almost dimensional for me. You know, the left side where the shadow is, and that little bit of a looks like a mountain piece there, or a rim. So I was also happy with this one, and I got a lot of great response on it. And again, this is done on my cell phone from a sketch, original sketch, and then I take a picture of it, and then I really start to work it. So I really like this one.
Yeah, this is nicely done.
Thank you.
Even with
I just started doing craters, by the way.
Yeah, no, that I know of a couple. Rick Hill sends out, you know, crater detail, that, you know, images that he gets from one or more of his telescopes, and talks about the history of the crater. So, you know, crater images are definitely a thing, if we call it that. And your touch on it, you know, you distinguishes, it can see your distinguishing sort of look. If someone shows a image of a crater, you can kind of, you'd be able to tell if it's something that you might have worked on. And that's kind of unique, having your cell phones as your workshop. You know, of course, everyone's got all the computers, and even I sit around with a computer, but you know, using the cell phone tools, it gets you the image that you're looking for, or
and
the look that you want. So nothing wrong with it at all.
I appreciate that, Adrian, because I've been watching your stuff too, and you do amazing work, and it's very inspiring. You know, I get so inspired by watching the Global Star Party and the guys on Cloudy Nights. It just makes me want to produce better work, and I want to share it. You know, the whole point is to share, and I also want to give people pointers on how to do it. It's very easy, you know, and they're free programs. I use Samsung dedicated photo editor, which really allows me to do most of my painting. It just the controls are meager. It's not like Photoshop, you know, which I'm about to get set up, but I'm lagging. You know, I'm slow on the computer stuff. I'm just getting acclimated. Mike helps me tremendously. My right hand man.
Well, yeah, it always is about what you're looking to portray in an image. And you know, when you're already at a point where you take a sketch and you say, okay, well, I want this to look like this, and I want to bring this out more, and I even want to add a little bit here.
I do every time.
You know, that then it's just a matter of what tools will I use to get the look that I'm looking for. And but yeah, you got the data down part, which is, you know, it's about a third of the way there.
Thank you. These are I just started doing these crater shots this year. You know, I am a trained artist, so I have some good advantages there.
Yeah, but, so you know, you have that eye. Yeah, keep on going. I mean, you've made the moon your canvas, and that's a long canvas. Now, Dr. David Levy has a crude drawing of the moon and the craters, but in observing the moon, he mapped every visible part of it out from Earth. So it's definitely a worthwhile pursuit. I mean, there's no telling what you may find. I'd even put in a request to you know, draw the Lunar X and the Lunar V. I'd love to see your take on those regions of the moon for first quarter.
All right. Well,
those are my favorite regions, just because they're kind of elusive and hard to capture. I've only captured them twice with a photo. So yeah, I like it. Keep on going.
Thank you so much, Adrian. It's really
absolutely.
I would love to hear that. You know, it's just what was a Lunar X and which one?
If you look it up, Lunar X and Lunar V.
Okay, I'm gonna take a look.
And I'm sure if we had someone who just, you know, total moon buff, each Apollo landing site.
The LRO has some amazing stuff. I've been cruising the LRO. I'm looking, you know, I want to know. Are they really there? Because I don't know. I just, you know, I've seen some weird things, but nothing flying over. I think a lot of that's, you know, for attention. People create this stuff. So until I actually see it, but I was going to just run a video camera live and record it and see if I could produce anything. But I don't know. I think I might be wasting my time.
Well, we're too far. The lunar orbiter is close enough. We're too far away. The moon is big, but you know, we're a little too far away to see the man-made stuff that's on it. But we can see the regions that were selected for the landing site. So that would be and by all means, these are just suggestions, but you know, you're taking it where you want to take it, and then you know, then it's more enjoyable. I run into folks that are like, you should get a picture of this, and you know, if it's something that I wouldn't normally go and do, then a charge is involved. And it's like, you know what, you're gonna have to pay for me to find you know, a tulip field somewhere and shoot.
I actually do sell some of my work. I sell them every couple years. I get commissions, and this one I'm really proud of too.
Go ahead. I'll go back on mute. Go ahead. And
this is you know, Scott has been so good to me over the years. We've collaborated at Riverside Telescope Convention when he was working with Meade, and this just so happens to be a telescope that I also have a disease. I collect telescopes. I don't want to tell you.
Do you have an image spotlighted now?
Yeah, this image, you know, I have 28 telescopes now.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's bad. And they just keep coming. So this is one of the Meades during Scott Roberts' time. And I scored this for a friend because I handpicked the optics. I'm very meticulous about star testing and, you know, finding the best optics to get the best view to share with my outreach. I do a ton of outreach for the public. That's basically what I do at star parties is I open up my 28-inch to the public. And I show women, children, and people and everybody views they've never seen, and they just scream out. And you know, when they see Saturn or like M16 or even M13, it just, people just come running. I have to fight them off. I don't want them to trample me. But this one is a Meade 8-inch, one of the sharpest Schmitz I have seen. Now my buddy gave it to me.
We don't. We're still just seeing your display.
Oh, share screen. Here we go.
Yeah.
I think you gotta. That one. Yeah. You
there
get it?
Go.
Okay. So.
Wow.
This you have to. This is mind blowing how I did this. Get ready. So I took an eyepiece projection with my cell phone of the moon after all night observing session. It was getting ready to go down. It was still up, you know, 40 degrees setting. And the sky was blue. So everything was blue. So I just used my 2 programs on my cell phone to darken everything and tweak the contrast. And then I hand painted the clouds in there. So it's called Moon Ascending. So it was setting into the cloud. Actually, it was rising out of the clouds a little bit, but on its way down. So I painted this thing. I actually did a mock-up and did it with an opaque projector, and I transferred it to a canvas and I painted it. It's a 16 by 20 painting. And then I took a picture of it and uploaded it. So, you know, I'm a photorealist is what I learned in college as well. So I do a lot of photorealism because I love to, you know, imitate nature and portray it with a little bit of a spin from my point of view. But this was nothing more than just a you know, quarter moon or half, whatever, you know, like it was the later quarter. So it came out pretty good. I'm very happy with this one too.
It is stunning.
Thank you so much. Okay, so now we're gonna start moving in to a little deep space. Okay, let's go with the that one, the antenna. This is one of my better DSO ones. It's called the Antenna Galaxy NGC 4038. I think so. No, that's it. NGC 4038. Now, this was done with a 32-inch Michael Lockwood mirror, f3.3, and then a combination
I think you still need to click on the and share the individual shot.
Share screen. Yeah. No, wait. It's this one right here.
There you
How
go.
about now?
Yeah.
Okay. NGC 4038. You can see it?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, this is a sketch done. So what I do on my deep space, I also use what's called a Mellish technique. I'm not sure if you folks are familiar with that. Scott Mellish was an Australian astronomer that created the most amazing works with paint brushes and powdered chalk and pastel powders. So he would get the diffuse glow with brushwork and then sketch in with the hard pencils, the white Generals, I think use a Generals number 558 white charcoal in blending stubs, and then that kneaded eraser to remove. So it's a combination of technique. And then I bring it into my programs and I clean it up even more. So this one was an actual sketch, and then it got converted into a digital. I love digital because I can store most of my work on my phone. The wife's happy about the canvases not being strewn about, and the paints are very expensive, you know. So this is very affordable to do. And I'm getting a good result for my DSO stuff.
Right.
Do you like this one?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'll move forward. I know I'm running a little over, so I got a couple more. I'm gonna save the best for last, Scott.
Okay.
And there's
unfortunately I don't have a drum roll, but you
okay.
know.
Well, you'll see why it's the best.
Okay.
Okay, so go to the 253. This is NGC 253 done in the Mellish.
All right. You guys need to share your screen.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Okay.
I don't see it. There it is. How about now?
There you go. Oh, okay. Yeah.
NGC 253. Stunner. That was done through the 28 at Mount Pinos, California. Yeah, that took quite a bit of time. So that's also done in the Mellish technique. And, you know, I got a lot of good positive response on that one as well. I don't know. I mean, it's not an astrophoto by any means, but I mean, the details, the 28 really pulls it out from, you know, I'm at Mount Pinos, we're at 8,900, I think, 8,300 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty dark, you know, when the clouds come in. This was done when the marine layer filled in all the coastal valleys.
Oh, yeah. And then it does get dark.
Yeah, that's when I get my best result. Okay, so we're going to go to another one. Got a couple more. Let's go to the black eye. Yes. M64. Up, I think it's that one. Okay.
You seeing it?
You guys see it?
We just see the individual thumbnails.
Okay. There it is.
Oh, wow.
Okay, that's another Mellish sketch, and that was done with the 32 and the 28, a couple of drawings, and then I combine details, and then I again upload it, and then go to work in Photoshop Express, and I juggle it back and forth. You know, I may go back and forth 6 or 8 times.
It's awesome. It looks like something you would see in the gallery of the Palomar Observatory or something.
Wow.
You know,
well,
so.
It's art, you know. I mean, I'm taking it a little further. But, you know, this is also one of those cloud nights. I get my best views with the 28 and the ethos. It's just amazing when you couple the two together, what you get. Okay. Yeah, I gotta go. This one I'm really proud of. Now, Scott, I have to I have to bring you back, Scott, because you know this 6-inch that I got from Explore Scientific, it's like a surgical grade instrument. I mean, for my lunar and then wide field stuff, it's just stunning what I can do with it. It's one of my favorite scopes, and
thank you.
This is my result in the Mellish technique. I used the 6-inch for most of the stuff, and then I used a 9 1/4 to extract a little more resolution. I added some detail, but the bulk of it was done through the 6-inch carbon fiber triplet APO. It's amazing scope, Scott. I really appreciate it. I love that telescope.
It's what what the astronomer brings to the game, you know. So, right.
I'm just looking through it, and this is what it's given me. It's a combination, cool. But I mean, for real, it's a great scope for my lunar, planetary, solar, and the wide field stuff. It's the go-to. I'm so happy to have it. It's my only refractor. Actually, I have a little 80 millimeter, but this is my tool.
Know, John, if you think about bring the astronomy back before the time of photography, okay, right. Where everything was drawn at the eyepiece, I think you would have been among the best of the.
Thank you, Scott.
It goes beyond illustration, but the scientific drawings are what they are, you know, and they're beautiful. So.
I appreciate that. You know, like I said, when you see that with an ethos eyepiece in that your instrument, it is so crisp and contrasty. It just blows me away. I mean, the refractor is a better instrument than the Newtonian. Just the contrast, it's a different feel altogether. It just opens a different.
Refractors do that. That's true.
Yeah, it's incredible, man.
That's
and
true.
The color, it's a beautiful, great scope. So I'm very pleased, and I thank you again. Here's my last one I'm going to show you, and this is I'm very proud of. This was taken through my 28-inch from Mirko Mayer and a ZWO camera, and I cropped it in comparison to the Hubble image, and this is what I got. And I did some work in the Photoshop Express and also in my other program, the Samsung Photo Editor. So that's my shot for the pillars of creation. And if you see that little guy on the right, that's my Yorkie. He got out there. I don't know how he got out there. My little Yorkie. My little Bosco, he got out.
Look at him.
But I mean, when you see the detail, look at the head of the main pillar, and that it's like a goat's head on there, like a ram. It's just amazing. I always see hidden connotations. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this, I'm very proud of this one. It came out really good.
Well, you should be. It's stunning.
Thank you.
Absolutely stunning.
But you know, Hubble, they could call me Baby Hubble, maybe. No.
John, I think that when you draw at the eyepiece, and I'm not near the artist that you are, but I have drawn at the eyepiece before, and the longer you're looking, and you're drawing, and you think that you're not even seeing it, okay?
Yeah.
But then you compare your drawing to a photograph, and you go, "Wow, I caught that detail. I got this detail." You know, you're able. The eye can see much fainter and with greater detail the longer you look. And if you're recording it like that, you know, with to paper, it's really amazing what you can get. So,
you know, I want to say one thing. The more you draw at the eyepiece, and this is, you wouldn't think so, but the more you see when you look through the eyepiece. So it's almost like you train your eye to pick out more detail from all the extensive time you spend looking at those objects. You start to extract details that you just don't see normally. It's almost like training your eye to pick out the finer details, you know. and plus you acclimate. It's just the problem is the lighting when you're trying to sketch. It can take away, so it takes time. But it's really cool how you can really increase what you see through the eyepiece by sketching it, you know?
Right.
So that's all I got.
Well,
I hope I didn't go too far over.
I will add something too. A lot of artists and photographers have a very difficult time articulating, verbally expressing what it is that's behind all of this. And you've done a very good job of that, Jon. So thank you very much for sharing.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure tonight.
Yeah.
And I want to say
thank you
to my partner, Mike, my MC.
Hey, Mike.
Mike's going to come on when he's got some beautiful new rigs. If you look behind us.
Yes.
We're getting ready to do some astro photos too. Mike's an astrophotographer and he's helped me tremendously, you know, in that arena. And I'm going to start getting some done too eventually, but I like the drawing for now, you know?
Yes.
Well, thank you so much.
Some of the comments, Beatrice Hines is saying, I heard that too. Sketching is even more intense than astrophotography, they say. Cesar Brolo, who is often on Global Star Party, says, so amazing art. Beatrice?
Well, I think the astrophotographers, and you know, with the way the light pollution is going, it's like in order to do your hobby, you almost have to start doing astrophotography because you can enjoy it and get so much more out of it, you know. And I am using some, you know, pictures from my friends who give me astro photos to work off of, and I have a whole gang of those, but they're not really true as the actual eyepiece rendition stuff. But like the M16 was one that was done from an astro photo. But I mean, I think I was always a visual guy, and now I'm starting to come aboard. I realize the power of getting your work out and sharing with people. I mean, you should see the frenzy of astrophotographers at Mount Pinos. You can't even park anymore. There's so many errors and wireless signals going around. I mean,
yeah,
it's insane. And there's guys that just started the hobby, and with this new ZWO stuff and the CMOS cameras,
they're
you can
doing
do
amazing
so
work.
much. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
It's incredible. So my hat's off to those guys as well, because actually that's very inspiring, and it's become a real source for me to enjoy the hobby without being able to get to a dark site. I mean, you know, life is so busy and hectic.
That's right. You can do a lot of work from your own light polluted backyard with the new filters that they have today. So
Adrian, I love that cloud moon shot you did. I've got a lot of those, but that one was spectacular. That one you showed, where I think it was an eclipse one that was going through the clouds. It was like the first image you showed. Did Adrian check out?
I don't know, Pop.
I think so.
He is gone. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. He's probably listening on. You know,
I
a lot
hope
of
he
the
didn't go
presenters that give their presentations and have to go, but they
hope
continue to listen
right
to the program or watch it later. So
he might be bowling right now, but
he might be. You might be. You never know.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much,
folks.
Jon.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And, here we'll
see you on the next one.
Yep.
I got a lot more, but I want to go live.
Come on again.
I want to go live, dude, with the video. I'm getting close. I'm working.
All right.
It's just
Thank you so
I
much,
get
Jon.
nervous with this stuff. You know, I got to really work on my game. Mike's helping me a lot, so I'm grateful.
Well, Mike, thanks for coming on as well. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you, guys. Have a great evening.
We will. Thank you.
I'm
Jon.
sorry to take so long.
No problem. Take care. Okay, so up next is Karina Letelier. She is an amazing night sky photographer and landscape photographer and astrophotographer. I used her one of her shots, a kind of 360 view of the Milky Way, in the poster for the 94th Global Star Party. I tend to gravitate towards her imagery as well for presentations that I give. She is very gracious and very generous to me to let me use her photography. But her imagery is poetic. It's to me deeply meaningful, and you know, she is doing amazing outreach with her work in her home country of Chile, but I think her work goes around the world. So, Karina, let me give you the spotlight here.
Thanks for that introduction. Hi to all, guys. I'm so happy to be here again. And so, well, today was about transformation. So I have some surprises for you about that. I wanted to share you about my experience, how it was for me to start in this. And I want to show you about the work of other Latin colleagues. So I don't know, you tell me, Scott, can I start with my presentation?
Yeah, go ahead.
You just want to chat a bit? Okay, great. Let me just start the presentation. Okay, guys, so as Scott told you, I'm a landscape astrophotographer from Chile, and I will tell you some of my story. Maybe it can inspire someone. Give me just 1 second. Okay, so I definitely try to use landscape astrophotography for astronomy popularization, as is more similar to what our, let me just close WhatsApp. So it's more similar to what the eye can see, but it's like, as I told you the last time I was here in this global star party, it's like a switch that you turn on or turn off to watch the stars, to watch other colors, other details, and to learn about that, visual learning. So, well, I'm today dedicated 24/7 to astronomy popularization and to astrophotography, but it was so difficult in the beginning because, well, I studied industrial engineering. I got my master's in logistics, and also I had a graduate certificate in supply chain management. So I started working as that. And actually I had some photos in here from me before astrophotography. That's a very fake smile. I really liked my career and what I was studying. I really liked it to study, but I was not happy enough when I was working in different companies. Actually, I worked in, I don't know, maybe 4 companies in 5 years, because I didn't felt that I was being like helping society or helping the world, but I didn't have another skill until then that can be used to inspire other people, to maybe help other people. So I think all the skills I developed studying, I used them to when I found astrophotography. It was during December from 2017 that I saw in the news that it was the maximum of Gemini meteor shower, and I really wanted to catch it. I had a reflex camera that I didn't know how to use. I bought it because, I don't know, when you're empty, you really spend your money in things that you don't know if you're gonna use. It's just to fill that gap, that hole that you have in your life. So I bought this camera. I had it 1 year, just getting a lot of dust over it. But that night, I really wanted to get to catch that meteor shower, but I didn't know anything about astronomy or photography. So I really tried, and I got so frustrated, but that frustration gave me the push to keep learning and to keep trying. Then it was that I found my passion, that it was not just the landscape astrophotography, but the astronomy popularization, and use my astrophotography for that, to teach all the people that this is not like a very difficult thing to do, that everybody can do it. And actually, most of the people keep telling me, how you do it to keep living from this. My friends, when I was working as an engineer, always keep telling me, you can't live from astrophotography. How are you going to do it? That's not even a professional career. How are you going to do it? How are you going to make money? But when you want to live from your passion, you really have to struggle with that and to find out how to do it. So it was not easy. I really found a way, but it was learning a lot. Well, this is just a summary of some of the things I've been doing from outreach. And actually, I wanted to share with you that I'm so happy that I was selected as a Milky Way Photographer of the Year with Capture the Atlas.
Congratulations.
It was, thanks. I was so happy.
I saw that.
Yeah, I was so happy when they select my photo to inspire other people to catch the night sky, to watch up instead of down. So, and this is other stuff that I've been working on. Like, for example, is tourism. Turismo sobre ruedas is an overland guide of astronomical tourism in Chile. So you can go on your car. You don't need to hire an agency or a company, because you can do it yourself. You can find where are the best or the greatest night sky here in our country. So you can do it yourself. We were collaborating on that and collaborating in other talks, teaching people how to catch the sun eclipse. Last one, we had one during 2019 and during 2020. And we really wanted people to protect their cameras, protect their eyes. So we were doing a lot of outreach in there, like teaching them how to catch it and how to protect themselves to watch it. Well, these are other stuff that I've been doing like all these years. I've been, around 4.5 years dedicating myself 24/7 to this. Actually, one of my photos were used for the clothes of a singer from here. And what it was, a game changer that I wanted to put in here, it was when I met Scott. I really want to tell about this because I knew I love this. I knew I love to inspire more people with watching the night sky, with watching the stars, and to know them, because it's not just to look at them, it's to understand what are you looking. For example, if you're looking to the galaxies and the triplets galaxies in Leo,
yes,
you're watching to 85 million years ago. So if there's an astrophotographer from one of those galaxies watching to the Milky Way, maybe doing very pretty photos from the Milky Way, if they can watch to our Earth, they will see the dinosaurs. So you can make that exercise to the people to analyze, hey, it's not just a spotlight, it's not just that very bright star. No, it's something so far away that you can make that kind of scales, like time scales, to make people analyze about the cosmic scale. And it was when we were in this talk with Scott Roberts that I realized about the power of stargazing. I didn't know about it. And I really got into that after that talk. It was really game changer for me. It was not just the scientific part or just talking about constellations and the stars. No, it was mixing all this to make it, how can I say it? Like I don't know how to say it in English, but to look inside yourself, to stop that very self-focused center life and to start watching the stars. It was really game changer for me of what I was doing. So since then,
thank you, Karim.
Thanks to you, Scott, I really got so inspired after that talk that I I try to add it to my talks to make the people connect with the night sky, to inspire people with that. And so Dan, well, I really enjoy showing this because it's to say it's not impossible. Everybody can do it. It's not something so difficult. It's just to study a lot, to practice, to keep developing your skills. And this was my first photo, very, very bad photo. Actually, that's a light thing here in the corner. It's not a meteor. And here on the right is one of my latest photos to show the evolution in just for a half year.
Stunning.
Thanks.
Beautiful.
And actually, yeah, many people keep telling me, no, that's not real, that's fake, but the people that were with me in there, for example, the guys from Sim Adventure, from Astrofotografía Chile, Sergio Vindas, one of my very good friends, they were there and they saw exactly the same. It was so amazing to watch it live in there and then to catch it with my camera and all the colors hidden in that landscape. And it was not planned, actually, because we got there and I didn't knew about that cave, about the location, about where I was watching the night sky. It was just pure coincidence, and we took that opportunity. Well, this is something about my beginnings. When I started in this, I really didn't know about the celestial pole. Actually, this is a photo of my first astronomical camp, where I learned about that, and I met a lot of people that were in love with this. I really felt that I was alone. Here in Chile, I didn't know that there were more people trying to catch the night sky with their cameras or with telescopes. It was all very new for me. Then I learned a lot, and I started thinking about making this community of astrophotographers that really love to mix astrophotography with astronomy popularization, because in here we have tons of photographers teaching how to make photos to the stars, but they're not doing this connection with the stars, like to know what are you photographing in there, what are you watching in your photo. So we really wanted to make this community bigger, and I started meeting a lot of people, a lot of crazy people like me that wanted to do this. Well, these are some of my first photos. I like to show them because just to see the evolution, that you can improve your techniques just with a lot of study, a lot of practice. And this is some of my works, my latest works. I swear it was a lot of study, a lot of practicing, a lot of learning how to use software, how to about the colors of the night sky. So I'm not just making photos of one flat color, just to show what is there and what is invisible to our eyes.
Beautiful.
Thanks a lot.
Beautiful.
And to show different ways to watch them. For example, this little planet panorama. Actually, on Facebook, I had a fight with a guy that he kept telling me, that's not true, that's a fake photo. Why? I was telling him, it's a different projection. It's just that, because the photo was taken during the same night. No, because you're showing something different. Well, what we try to do is to make it creative and innovative so people can enjoy it. It's not just to watch that photo of the Milky Way, is to show it with the landscape and with different angles. So it's dynamic. Well, these are some of my other latest works in different latitudes. Actually, I really want to come back to catch the Northern Lights. They're so difficult to catch it.
Yes.
Yeah, it was so difficult for me. And I wanted to share you about one of the projects I'm working on with Astrofotografía Chile. We really want to spread about the awareness of the night sky and the light pollution. We're working with many other organizations and institutions to protect our night skies. We have some of the best night skies around the world. So we need to make more ambassadors of our night skies to protect it. So this is one of the projects I'm working on. This is another project of this very insane community that really loves to and enjoy to being out there with the cold, with very sleepy, hungry, but just watching to the night sky, just waiting for the camera to make the photo, because it's not just the camera, it's about watching about there. Actually, there are many, many times that I go to make some night photos with friends, and we barely do photos because we concentrate ourselves on watching to the night sky and just to enjoy the night sky, not just making the photo and watching through the camera. This was the road to leap from this. So I really had to learn about photography, about the night sky, about the weather, because you can make this kind of photo if you have a very bright and full moon, right? Well, I didn't knew it then. Nobody told me about that. So it's a lot of try and failure. Well, I had to learn about photography composition, because it's not just the photo. It's about to tell a story with your photo, to guide the eyes of the person watching that photo, to guide it, to read it, and to feel in there. Well, learn about geography, about astronomy, about design, because I'm my own boss, about how to innovate. What I was telling you before about history, I had to make investment in equipment, in time, a lot of time. And actually, I think I lost a lot of friends because of that, because they didn't understand that I really want to be like the whole time doing this.
Yes, that can happen. That can happen. But you're turning, the thing that's great is that you're turning towards something that you know is, sacred, is something that is passionate. You know that's something that will sustain you all your life.
Exactly. This is something that you can apply to your life, like that mind change. It's difficult to explain it. It's easier to do it in the field, like watching to the night sky, and to make people just with some phrases and just watching of that night sky to connect with it and to make this change of mind, comparing with the cosmic scale. So then you can see what is really important. What is really important for your life, what is really important for your world, what you really want for the future. It's to connect with the stars, not about telling about that stars are gonna decide if my crush gonna be with me in the future or not. No, it's just to connect with the stars and to understand this cosmic scale, that we're such a little bit of this scale, but that's what connects us as humanity.
Yes.
It's the only way to connect us as humanity, that we really last, like, I don't know, maybe if we're lucky, 100 years, no more than that. Well, it was about learn about communication, about storytelling, because you cannot tell about the night sky, about this to the people just being very flat. No, you have to be passionate about it. You have to get people, get the people in touch with their emotions watching to the night sky. Exactly. There are some people that I have found in my life that are they have like a phobia with the night sky and with the stars, and thinking that there is something so big that they can barely imagine it. So they prefer to believe that the earth is flat. I have one of my best friends that she prefers to believe that, because for her it's a phobia to think that it's such a big universe. Mm-hmm. Well, we're working on that, how to convince her to connect with the stars rather than be afraid of them.
Right.
Well, this is a discipline that really develop the patience, right? And well, about that, I wanted to tell you about some of my friends here from Latin America that I found that they really got inspired about the night sky also. For example, Constanza, she went to one of my workshops, one of my first workshops of landscape astrophotography, and she got so inspired, and she connects so much with this that she went to the next workshop, to the next one, and then we became friends and we started going out to make photos. And this is now her with a telescope bigger than her.
Wow.
And
Fantastic.
she got so inspired that she studied and she wanted to get certificate in basic astronomy. She wanted to mix her career as educational psychologist. She wanted to mix it to inspire more kids, to inspire next generations with this. And she really keep evolving in her technique in astrophotography. And she's also another insane person like me, like that really love to be out there making photos rather than be in a club or a bar taking a drink. No, she prefers to be in there making photos to inspire more people with this.
You know, Karina, I remember in years past when I first started getting involved in astronomy, you would meet amateur astronomers, and they were doing it kind of as a strange kind of hobby. You know, they would just call it their hobby, but you knew that they were in love with it. You knew that they wanted to express all the things you're expressing tonight, but many of them kept it to themselves. And now I see a generation of young people like yourselves that are really embracing this and are finding the connections. And that is what I try to express in my talk about the power of stargazing, but you're living the life, and it's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's not easy. You have to quit too many things to live from your passion or from your dream. But I see that there are many people getting inspired, maybe with my story or with other stories, like the ones I'm showing to you now from my colleagues. For example, this is my friend Sergio Vindas. Actually, we're making an expedition. I wanted to show you about that on Atacama, in case you want to join our expedition. And Sergio, he's a computer engineer, also an astrophotographer, and he started during 2014 in Costa Rica. He's from Costa Rica. Mm-hmm. And he told me that it was so difficult to make astrophotography due to light pollution and the weather, that it was all the time very cloudy. But he really wanted to inspire some other people with this, because in the beginning, when he started with this kind of photos, people keep telling him, this is not true. This is fake. You're just mixing photos from Google. That's not your photo. And he tells me that he was so happy to see young people trying to make night photography, and to rather thinking that this is fake, they started thinking, how can I do it? I really want to do it. And asking him, hey, how can I do it? It's a mind changer in that point of view, that rather thinking something is impossible because you don't know how to do it, you think, hey, how can I do it? How can I learn to do it? This is some of his work, the before when he begins in this, and the after, his latest works. And this is different. This is another friend of me, and he's an ethnic astronomy popularizer, because he shares about the Mapuche astronomy, and he makes astronomical tourism. teaching the people how Mapuche people watch to the night sky and learn from the stars and use the stars to plan their lives. So yeah, it's so cool. And actually, he started on Atacama. He was living in San Pedro Atacama, but he's from the south part of Chile, very south part, a very cloudy region from Chile called Panguipulli. But he struggled with that. But besides that, he keeps making this dissemination about astronomy and mixing it with this ethnic astronomy, how these ancient people watch to the night sky. It's so inspiring how he talks about this, and he's taking his roots because he is Mapuche, and he's taking his roots and teach to the people how his ancients used to watch to the night sky. And this is so cool because actually in here, there's kind of problems with Mapuche people. It's a political issue, but we try to get separate from that. We're not into political things. We're just watching to the night sky. We're sharing about this, and we're teaching people to, hey, I don't mind about that. I really want to get focused in what I love.
Yes.
And just forget about everything watching to the night sky.
Yes.
So if some of you come to the south part of Chile, you have to contact him from Astotur Panguipulli and learn about Mapuche astronomy.
Wonderful.
This is another friend from Colombia. This is all the community we're building together, this Latin astrophotography and astronomy popularization community. This is my very good friend, Andres Molina. He knows a lot, but when I say a lot, he knows a lot about everything. It's like, I don't know, maybe an atlas or encyclopedia, because you talk with him and he really knows about everything. I always learn with him about optical things and more about physics. He's a physicist, and during his career, when he was studying, he started his first steps on astronomy because he had this approach with the National Astronomical Observatory in Bogota, Colombia. And if you've been in Bogota before, you know that in there is also very cloudy and it rains a lot, but they're still doing astronomy. They're still making dissemination of astronomy. And so, well, Andres wanted to show you about this before and after, that you have to just keep practicing, just keep studying about this, about the night sky, about the colors. He told me when I asked him about this photo, he was so happy because it was the first one. It was his first try. But then he noticed that, hey, this is not all what I can catch from there. I can catch more colors, more details. This is his latest one from Trifid Nebula. And well, this is my best friend, Javier Cadenas. We started giving these workshops, these landscape astrophotography workshops during 2019. Before that, he told me that he saw this notebook that had this photo of the galactic arc, of the Milky Way arc, and he told to himself, I have to do this. I have to, how can I do it? It was that kind of thinking, not the thinking of this is fake. No, he really wanted to learn how to do it. So he took his first camera. It was a very, very simple camera, a Nikon B3200 and the kit lens. And he got it. After a lot of trial and error, he got it. This is his latest galactic Milky Way arc.
Spectacular.
And after that, he got into the deep sky photography just with a reflex camera with the Nikon D750 and a Skyguider. Because everybody keep telling him, no, you can't do deep sky with that equipment. You need a telescope. And he proved to all those people that they were wrong. That if you propose yourself to, if you propose yourself to do it, now he have a telescope, like a huge telescope, and he's working with a great equatorial mode. But it was the evolution, because he wanted to get more quality in his photos. And it was not just that. It's, sometimes this is called like the pay to win, that you have a very expensive equipment, but if you don't know how to use it, you definitely will not have like great results, right? So these are some of his photos. His first photo, the latest one. And this is another friend of mine. He's making a lot on astronomy dissemination. He actually started a camp in La Tatacoa Desert in Colombia. He told me, the first thing he told me when I asked him about his work, it was, I was evangelized by Carl Sagan and Cosmos as a child. So since he was a child, he wanted really to get in this. First, he studied and developed as a musician, but then he discovered how to live from this. Because for all of us, it's not easy to live from this, because we keep telling that we're poor but happy, because poor of money, but we're very rich in what we're doing, because we wake up every day loving what we're doing.
Yes.
Well, and the Tatacoa Desert have some of the best night sky ever. Actually, I'm pretty sure they are certified by the Starlight Foundation, or they were working for that to certify the night skies in there. So if you visit Colombia, you definitely have to go to the Tatacoa Desert. And this is another good friend of mine. And actually, he's so inspiring because he quit his job during, I don't know what year, I forgot to put it in there, but he quit his job to dedicate his health to astronomy popularization and also astrophotography. He got a lot of, he had 7 iPods of, I don't know why it says of nothing. Maybe the translator was messing with me, but it was getting deep into astrophotography and showing other people how to make astrophotography, and to giving talks, like coaching people to watch the night sky, mixing ancient cultures. He's from Guatemala. Mixing ancient cultures and mixing this kind of things, like, for example, the volcano with the moon. And he's doing a lot of dissemination with astrophotography, using it as a tool for astronomy popularization. So I really wanted to show you about him. Maybe he can inspire someone. And he's actually now part of, here it says, he's part of the IDA board member. He's the first Latin part of the board member of the International Dark Skies Association. Yeah, that's cool. That as Latins, it's more difficult for us to reach maybe sponsorships. If we're in South America, it's so difficult for us. Most of the sponsorships or the views for the contest or all the things, they're focused on the northern hemisphere. So for us, as you know, the southern hemisphere is the 10% of the Earth population. Yes. So it's more difficult for us to reach, I don't know how to say it, but to show our work, like worldwide, and to share what we're doing worldwide. So it's so cool to have this instance to show my friends' work, to show you that there are more Latins trying to inspire more people with astrophotography and with astronomy. We're going to keep working on this. And my last friend, I wanted to show you, well, he's Mariano Figueroa. He's an astronomical tourism guide and also an astrophotographer. And he found an observatory during the pandemic. So all the investment that they made with his business partner, they were so complicated because they just bought the telescope, the dome and everything, and just the pandemic started, and they didn't know how to start making money to return the investment, right? But yeah, they were struggling there like a lot, but they got it. And now they have a beautiful observatory in San Pedro de Atacama with an amazing side view to many volcanoes like Licancabur volcano and Juriquez volcano. And they're making a lot of astronomy dissemination in there. It's so inspiring that even with all the problems of pandemic and all the monetary problem in there, they keep fighting to don't don't stop this project, just to keep going with this project. That's what I wanted to show you.
That is the best time to start something, is when everything is at the lowest point, because as things get better, they rise with everything else. So yeah, so that was very good.
Actually, when I was working as an engineer, I had this boss that kept telling me, you don't have to talk about problems, you have to talk about opportunities.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to show you tonight, my friends.
Wow. Very, very inspiring, Karina. Thank you so much. Thank you. I am pleased to that you've come on and shown yet again all of your work, but it was very, very awesome to see all your friends that you're connected with and to learn about the lifestyle and the the intense focus that you guys have on sharing the wonder of the night sky, and the connections that people have with the universe. So
yeah, and they are other kind of insane people that want to inspire more people with this. We're making this community to keep growing. That's what we want. We're not, because maybe you have met people in this, Scott, that they don't want to share how they do the things. They're very selfish. It's not all the people wants to share.
A lot of photographers are that way. I was in another life, I was a professional photographer, and they don't want to give away any secrets. It's quite different with amateur astronomers because they want everybody to do it, So I find that astronomers, astrophotographers, when they're involved in educational outreach, they will tell you every secret, everything that they know, to get them involved and to get them inspired. And in doing that, I think it's somewhat of a selfish act because we get so much energy from it, So it's wonderful, and I really admire what you're doing, Karina. You've started this at a young age, and I think that you're brilliant in following your path. So it's wonderful.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Scott, and thanks for this space. Thanks for giving me this space to show about my colleagues' work and about my work.
Yes.
Well, you just have to keep inspiring people with what you're doing, Scott.
It's not so hard because they find these people and they're so inspiring and they're so incredible and they're so willing to share. So it's a privilege for me to be able to be connected with it. It's why I chose to be involved in the telescope industry so I could stay close to the fire. So it's been the whole thing has been an amazing journey for me, and you know, I'm humbled to know the people that I know, including people like yourself. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
Thanks to
and,
you.
I sent you a note inviting you to be to host a global star party if you would like to. You know, if you want to get your friends together and host a global star party, we can do it. You know, even if English is somewhat of a barrier, we can figure out translators or whatever. You know, it can be all in Spanish or however you want to do it. I'm very interested in doing this. So.
Wow, that will be amazing. Well, yeah, English, actually, for me, my English, I tell you, is a bit rusty. I have to keep practicing. Thanks a lot. And some of my friends doesn't speak in English, or they are too shy to try to speak it. So yeah, we can figure out how to do it. Okay. And it will be awesome to make, to be host of one of the global star parties.
Yep. So some of the comments here, Harold Locke says, be sure that Carrie comes back. Gracias, Carrie. We want Carrie. She's the boss. Your English is very good. Carrie has better English than I do. That's awesome. All right. Well, that's wonderful. Well, I think that kind of wraps up our global star party for tonight. Thanks to everyone that joined us in the audience. I want to give a special thanks to all the presenters, you know, we will continue doing global star parties as we go along. Next Tuesday will be our 95th event, and and those of you in the audience that are interested, you know, I know that there's talent out there, and if you're interested in sharing your experience, your passion, we're very happy to have you join us on Global Star Party so you can show us the way. So thanks very much. Thank you, Karina. Bob, thank you. I see you're still back there. Tom, thank you for letting us broadcast on the Facebook Astronomy Club. And we'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow. This weekend, I will be broadcasting the late Carolyn Shoemaker's tribute program from Lowell Observatory. So that would happen on Sunday. So till then, you guys take care and keep looking up. Again, thanks to the audience, and have a great night. Mm-hmm.